I'd like to call to order the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners meeting for Thursday, March the 24th at 1:30 p.m. Ottawa County seeks to be a welcoming place where you belong, recognizing that we are a county of many different faiths and traditions. Our invocation today is offered from one of those perspectives. I will now ask Commissioner Bergman to introduce today's invocation guest.
Our invocation today is by Bob DeVries II. He is the pastor at Covenant Life Church, one of our pastors. Phil Kyers and I go to that church, and this is the second time we've been honored to have one of our pastors here. So, Bob, if you
please rise.
Join me as we pray. Father in heaven, we quiet our hearts and minds before you to recognize and acknowledge that you are Lord of all. We thank you for your many abundant blessings, for the life we have, the measure of health we need to fulfill our callings, for the spirit of peace and friendship that we enjoy in our neighborhoods and communities and in this county. I thank you for these commissioners here today who graciously give of their time and talents to serve the people of Ottawa County. And I ask God that you would be their guide as they meet today. As they listen to their constituents, as they face the challenges and opportunities before them, as they discuss and make decisions, I ask that you graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues they face, a sense of the welfare and needs of our diverse and dynamic community, a commitment for justice and truth in all things, confidence to do what is good and fitting for the people of Ottawa County, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, and personal peace in their lives, and joy in the work to which they have been called. Give them an assurance, God, of what would please you and what would bless those who live and work and enjoy this beautiful corner of your creation. It's in your most blessed name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Clerk Robach, will you do the allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Garcia. Here. Mr. Baumann.
Here.
Mr. Zylstra.
Here.
Mr. Dannenberg.
Here.
Mr. Meppelink.
Here.
Mr. Terpstra.
Yep.
Mr. Holfloor. Mr. DeYoung.
Here.
Mr. Kyers.
Here.
Mr. Bergman.
Here.
And Mr. Fensky.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Presentations of petitions and communications from your office.
None from us.
Thank you. Next, we have a presentation from GCSI update. Mr. Bob DeVries. I wonder if he's related or not.
Just a little bit. I've known him for literally my entire life. So thank you for inviting my father here to give the invocation on the same day that I get to give my report. But thank you for having me here today. As always, I appreciate an opportunity to come here every quarter. I feel like the last several times I've been here, the report has been not much has happened in Lansing. Well, that is not our report today. There's a lot of stuff going on. And so I know you got a long agenda. I'll try to move through it quickly, but please feel free to interrupt if you got any questions. First off, last fall, you asked me to help get a bill done that would create a 5th Ottawa County Circuit Court judgeship. As you probably know already, I'm pleased to say that's passed. The governor has signed it. And so on the election this fall, Ottawa County will elect an additional circuit court judge. The first term for that new judge will be 8 years. After that, it will return down to the normal 6 years that was done just to stagger the circuit court judgeships, so they're not all kind of on the same cycle. And so that's done. We had to package it with a number of other judgeships across the state to get the governor to approve it, but we were able to do that, and it was signed a couple of months ago. Pardon me. Kind of the other big thing, maybe the first big thing that we've been working through lately is the CMH stuff. We've talked about this for about a year, but there's been a lot of movement on 2 competing packages to make major changes to the community mental health system. As we've talked about in my previous updates, the stuff that's going through the Senate is not great for Ottawa County. We've been opposing it. So far, we've been able to hold it up in the Senate. But it's hard to say how long we'll be able to hold it up. The Senate Majority Leader has his name on the bill himself. At some point in time, he's going to look at his caucus members and say, I'm the leader and I need you to do this for me. And they're probably going to do it for him. At this point in time, they're sitting a couple of votes short. We're going to work hard to keep it there. But at the same time, we understand the reality that he'll probably be able to move it out of the Senate at some point in time. On the House side, Representative Mary Whiteford from just south of us in Allegan County has a different package. And this one is a lot better. I mean, it's not ideal. I think maybe the status quo is still the best option, but it's something that we can work with. And it's nice to have it as kind of a competing interest. We can point to when some of these legislators are convinced that the CMH system needs major reform. We don't necessarily agree with that, but for those that do, we've got something else to point to that wouldn't really do harm to the Ottawa County CMH system. And so those are the competing things. And I think for the rest of the year, that may be the biggest kind of fight that we're involved in until both of these legislators that have sponsored these things are termed out of office. And so look for future updates on that, but working on a weekly basis with Lynn Doyle and John Shea to try to make sure Ottawa County interests are protected. Today, actually, as I stand here, there's a big budget supplemental bill being finished up in Lansing. As I've talked about, there's been just a ton of money sent here from Washington. The legislature has taken their time to spend it, but by the end of the day today, there should be about a $4.6 billion supplemental. Most of it money from Washington, whether through some of it through COVID stuff, some of it through infrastructure bills. But most of this is focused on drinking water infrastructure. So everything from lead service line replacement to wastewater upgrades for local municipal water systems. A lot of that type of stuff in there. There's also quite a bit of stuff for broadband, which is something that I think will help Ottawa County. There's been a lot of fight about broadband recently, and I think that the compromise that they struck just yesterday will help us a lot. There's $250 million, and it's going to be eligible for the type of thing that Ottawa County is looking at. And so once Ottawa County puts out your RFPs and you get to that point, there's going to be funding available from the state to match what you guys are planning on doing already. There's a lot more in there just based on, there's some road and bridge stuff, which is always helpful, but the bulk of that money is water, sewer stuff, and then a lot of lead service line replacement. At the same time, we're working through the full budget process. I know you're always interested in revenue sharing. The governor proposed a 2% revenue sharing increase. Generally, the legislature likes to do at least 3. I would expect that it would be bumped up there. But at the same time, we get a lot of inflation right now. And so I think asking for more is not unreasonable, and we'll be pushing to get everything we can there. Back to kind of budget stuff, because of the enormous surplus right now, the Republicans in the House and the Senate have pushed through a number of tax cut bills in the last couple of weeks, all of which have been vetoed by the governor. Honestly, they were designed to be vetoed by the governor. There was an income tax cut, a business tax cut, there was a temporary gas tax holiday, but they were all kind of written in a way that would have made it very difficult for the governor if she would have signed it. The governor has expressed some interest in finding a way to reduce gas taxes. Her latest idea has been just a temporary holiday on sales tax on gasoline, but at $4 a gallon, I mean, that's 24 cent a gallon, or 24 cent reduction in taxes. And so I could see that moving sometime in the next month or two potentially as well. Also of note to Ottawa County, the MEDC recently approved $189 million in total incentives for the LG Chem site just south of Ottawa County. They've pledged 1,200 new jobs at an average wage of $65,000. 56.5 million of that is direct incentives, just checks written to the company from the state. And the rest of it is tax abatements and things like that. But I think it was by 2025, they've pledged to have 1,200 new workers in there at $65,000 a piece. And then the last big thing, just kind of note, is the term limits proposal. I don't know if you've seen this or not, but we get a new term limits extension proposal every couple of years. This one has, probably the legs to get on the ballot this fall. As you guys may know, the Michigan's term limits law is in the Michigan Constitution. And so the legislature can't just change it on their own. But But there's a proposal that would change term limits to 12 years total. Right now, we've got 6 years in the House and 8 years in the Senate. So it's actually reducing the total amount of time that an individual could spend in the legislature, but it would allow them to serve those 12 years anywhere they want. It would really help the House of Representatives, honestly. A lot of members in the Senate have served 4 or 6 years in the House before they get to the Senate, and then they do 8 years there. And there's a level of experience in the Senate that is hard to achieve in the House. And so this would allow somebody to serve all 12 of their years in the House, and you get some more veteran legislators there. They're coupling it with some financial transparency stuff. Right now, Michigan legislators are not required to do any sort of financial disclosures, and this would require that of them. Honestly, I'm fairly skeptical that it makes it all the way through the process. Term limits still poll extremely popularly in Michigan. The proponents of this, though, think that by tying it to these financial transparency measures, that they will assuage any concerns, but we'll see. They still have to get a bunch of signatures to get on the ballot yet, and then convince everybody to vote for it. And then the last update, I guess, is the next 2 weeks, the legislators off. They're going on their spring break, and then we'll be back in kind of for our budget session through the middle of June, which point in time you won't see them for a while as they do their re-election stuff. That's all I got for you today, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions?
Yeah, Bob, could you mention a little bit, they talked a little bit about the MAC conference, about some of the grants monies for unfunded pensions and legacy costs?
Yeah, like, so there's hundreds of these proposals, and it's hard to tell what ones have legs and what ones don't. But there is a significant push to spend some of this money from DC and some of just our surplus money, because the Michigan economy, at least as far as tax dollars go, has been doing well, on just grants to local governments with unfunded pensions. And so I don't know that it would apply to everyone. The proposal that has the most legs right now would be to help everybody get up to a certain percent. I think I've heard 60% is maybe the last number floated out there, but there could be a number of them. Some would say that's unfair. I mean, if you've done a good job and you've got your pension at 80% funded, it wouldn't help you out at all. But there's also, cities that are on the brink of bankruptcy because they have a 10% funded pension system and they can't meet their increasing pension payments. So there hasn't been a ton of progress on that at this point in time, other than it's a constant part of the conversation. The House Appropriations Chair, Thomas Elbert, has kind of made it one of his pet projects. And so I would like to think there's something there at some point in time.
Mr. Garcia.
Hey, Bob, a quick question. Help me understand what organizations are pushing for that major overhaul in community mental health bills?
It's the health plans. I mean, it's the commercial insurance companies for the most part.
So it's not counties, or it's not.
The counties have been overwhelmingly opposed. I mean, so we've been working with MAC, we've been working with the Community Mental Health Association as the primary opponents of the bill.
Commissioner Zales.
Yeah, thanks for coming about. The appropriations thing that happened last night and is being passed today, hopefully, how much surplus does that leave still on Lansing?
That leaves about $4 billion of federal money left. And so it's spending a little bit more than half of what we've received from Washington. I don't exactly know how much it leaves on the balance sheet as far as Michigan general fund spending is, but a significant amount. It's not spending everything in the savings account.
And what is the kind of temperature about that last $4 billion? Is that something that, let's take a look at that in 3 months, or are they just going to wait till the election's over? Or?
I think most of it will be tied up in the budget process. And so I would expect that not all, but most of it will be spent in the annual budget bill that we passed in sometime in June or July.
Any further questions for Bob? Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Bob. Very informative. Next, I have my board chair comments before we go in for our first public comments. March was designated Michigan Food and Ag Month. Ottawa County boasts some of the most rich, diverse soil in Michigan. Its farms generate $506 million in products sold each year and contribute over 9,000 jobs to our Ottawa County community. This celebration includes the individuals who get food from farms to tables. Let's thank our farmers. Ottawa County continues to hire to fill their vacant positions. If you are interested in checking out Ottawa County's employment opportunities, go to the county's website for more information. Today's board meeting has an extensive agenda. As part of today's regular meeting, the board will be conducting a public interview session with the final candidate for the county administrator position. The interview will be held in the boardroom here at 5 p.m. tonight. The public is invited to submit potential interview questions via the county's website at miottawa.org. That's been open for approximately the last 5 days. If you are interested in person at the meeting, you can complete a 3x5 card with your questions for consideration. They're over right in that corner where Rachel Sanchez is sitting. So if you have questions for the commissioners to potentially ask, please do that. At this time, I will entertain a motion for approval of the agenda with the removal of number 10 under the finance. This will be added to the April 12th Board of Commissioners meeting. We have to have a public hearing first on the farmstead rest haven before we actually move to approve the resolution project plan.
Mr. Chairman, I think you skipped public comment.
Yep, okay, good point. I knew I wanted to move this meeting along. Public comment. Anyone from the audience would like to
So Mr. Chair, we
address?
have three individuals signed up previously. The first is Lori Grassman from Robinson Township.
Hi, Lori.
I'm Lori Grassman. Today, I stand here to shed a little light on a problem with Ottawa County community mental health. I am blessed with a 23-year-old daughter, Haley. She is severely mentally impaired, nonverbal, in the mental age of 1. I am her guardian now, and she is an adult. Now that she's an adult and I get the opportunity to parent with the state, you can imagine how fun that is. We have one of our yearly meetings this week with CMH, and all was fine until they asked the very new, very politically charged, what gender does Haley identify as? Being very honest with you, I have a big problem with that question morally. As a Christian, I believe that our gender is what God made it to be, and it's assigned at birth with the obvious body parts we were born with. But we don't live in that world anymore. So there I sat with Haley, and I had to still answer the question. But who answers? As a parent / guardian, it's absolutely wrong of me to push my thoughts onto my adult child, right? And she's the mental age of 1 and nonverbal, so obviously doesn't understand gender nor able to answer. Respect and dignity are plastered all over CMH's website. Dignity, to be treated with esteem, honor, politeness, to be addressed in a manner that is not patronizing, condescending, or demeaning, to be treated as an equal, to be treated the way any individual would like to be treated. Respect, to show differential regard for, to be treated with esteem, concern, consideration, or appreciation, to protect the individual's privacy, to be sensitive to cultural differences, to allow the individual to make choices. Haley received neither of those this week. Families like ours should not be submitted to these type of questions. These meeting themselves weigh heavily on us due to the reminder in every question that our lives are not like others. We should not be out there picking our children's gender also. People like Haley should not have to submit to political correctness when she doesn't even have a voice, when all others near her have to speak for her. Everyone out there is screaming DEI and only attribute those terms to race, sex, and gender. They totally miss the point of inclusiveness and diversity. I bring this story to you because this is board of gentlemen seem very hell-bent on getting their hands on all of the money they possibly can in the name of health. We parents learned that with how you handled the health department during COVID. And I can see that now coming with CMH in the name of mental health and gender identity. And once again, you'll be using our children as pawns. Gender identity question needs to be used very carefully. We cannot completely cater to the 5.6 Americans who have gender identity issues and forget there's a whole population like Haley that cannot answer questions for themselves, or parents that forget that there is a whole population like Haley that cannot answer for themselves, and parents who cannot take advantage of their children and answer for them. You may want to keep a watchful eye on the CMH. They seem completely fine with parents choosing their children's gender.
Thank you, Lori.
Next public comment is from Terry White in Robinson Township.
Hi, I'm Terry White, Robinson Township. I'm happy that you have allowed me to speak. I see this issue as a transgender issue for children that won't stop until they, meaning mental health, health department, or a third party of their choosing, are setting up these clinics within the school systems. These are issues that should remain within the family with no taxpayer funding. For me, that would be right down to the questionnaire asking this question of children with disabilities. Please be aware of this and review what mental health wants to do with the money that you are funding them with. Other states are dealing with this issue, but in Michigan, all bills to try to curb this would more than likely be vetoed. Seeing that schools receive funding outside of this commission, but funding for mental health, health department does come through this commission. So the commission has authority to curb this transgender social issue by monitoring the funding or stopping it altogether. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Terry.
Next public comment is Harvey Nickel from Jenison.
Thank you. I'm Harvey Nickel. I live in Jenison. I love this country, but I believe we are on the precipice of losing it. Our government has been infiltrated by globalists who actually hate America, hate the nuclear family, and want to destroy our Constitution. These individuals can be identified because they support the New Green Deal, which will totally destroy our economy. They say phrases like "build back better," and anyone who challenges their agenda is, quote, a threat to our democracy. Actually, we live in a constitutional republic. Most have connections to Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum and George Soros. They have been using the corrupt mainstream media and big tech to push their agenda since Obama signed into law HR 4310, which allows the government to use propaganda on US citizens. We have been blatantly lied to by the mainstream media for over a decade, especially CNN and MSNBC. It must be very difficult for you as commissioners to make good decisions for citizens of Ottawa County when you only hear one side of the political agenda on the news. Can you believe how crazy things have become? US Today has nominated a man who wears a dress as the Outstanding Woman of the Year. The NCAA championship female swimmer is a biological male. Parents who speak out against the mask and vaccine mandates and CRT at school boards are labeled as domestic terrorists. Yet when Antifa and BLM burned down cities, they were described as peaceful protesters by the media. COVID is a bioweapon created by our own government. The pandemic was created by the media and big tech by constantly pushing inflated COVID case numbers and deaths. This propaganda was to scare everyone into getting the COVID shots. Now the CDC has secretly removed 70,000 COVID deaths because of, quote, a coding error. I wonder how many parents had their children vaccinated because they have these false high numbers. We are told that the vaccine is safe and effective, yet newly released Pfizer documents list 9 pages of adverse effects and 3% mortality rate. I have those pages for you. Now the news is all about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. What the media is not telling you that our government funds 15 bioweapons labs in Ukraine, nor does it mention that the sons of Biden, Pelosi, Kerry, and Romney are on the boards of energy companies in Ukraine. Also, there's so much evidence of election fraud coming out of Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Yet the media calls this the big lie. So what am I asking of you? Do not comply with any lockdowns or mandates that come from the CDC. Find some truthful news sources that are not part of Project Mockingbird. Please look that up. Demand a full forensic audit of the 2020 election. Get rid of all voting machines and only use paper ballots in all future elections. Stop using ERIC, the Election Registration Information Center, because it is funded by George Soros' society. Remember, George Soros said on video, "My goal is to destroy America."
Thank you, Mr. Nickel.
Thank you, Harvey.
Those are all the previously signed up for public comment. I don't know if there's anything else in the audience.
Is there anyone from the audience that is not signed up and has already spoken? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to approval of the agenda then.
So moved.
Second.
You call the roll, please.
Sir, Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Consent resolutions, Vice Chair Dannenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion that we approve consent resolutions 1 through 2.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, will you call the roll, please?
Sir, Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Public hearings, none. Action items from administration, Commissioner Meppelink.
or in part, and authorize the board chairperson and the clerk register to sign the resolution regarding the recommendations of the Ottawa County Officers Compensation Commission for 2023 and 2024.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Confused about the whole or in part section. When it says approve in whole or in part? What exactly does that refer
I
to?
think it's giving you the options. So Commissioner Meppelink, if your intent was to approve the recommendations of the Compensation Commission in whole, you may just want to have the motion state that. This one gave you, the commission, the option of in whole or in part.
Okay.
So you may want to, if your intent was to do it in whole, just to have your motion say in whole and omit the. in
Okay,
part.
then I will amend my motion to state then to approve in whole and authorize the board chair and clerk register to sign the resolution regarding the recommendations.
And I seconded that.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate.
Sorry, I had it written
Yeah,
down and I
okay.
was just
No, I
reading how I
appreciate
wrote
it.
it, so.
It seemed in conflict, but.
Okay, is there any other discussion on it? Seeing none, will you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink.
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. From Planning and Policy, Commissioner DeYoung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the Grouse Park Maintenance Building, the motion is to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the revised proposal from Pride Builders Group LLC in the amount of $96,500 for reconstruction of the Grouse Park Maintenance Building.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes,
Motion passes.
Regarding the Ottawa Sands Lake Loop, and the motion is to approve and authorize the board of chairperson and clerk register to sign the resolution and application to the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund Program for funding assistance to construct the Ottawa Sands Lake Loop project and the Idema Explorers Trail Connector. Support.
Jason, would you like to summarize this a little bit?
Certainly. And then we have a presentation as well, and we'll try to keep it brief. So we're certainly excited about this opportunity today. And if you all recall, we came to you with a grant from the Idema family that allowed us to do our outfitted camping project and the access. So we're able to utilize and leverage those funds to apply for two a trust fund grant and a land and water conservation fund grant to expand the project there. So, but a little more about Ottawa Sands. So the lakeshore there, the critical dunes, almost 2,500 acres of critical dunes. We manage almost 1,000 acres with the Ottawa County Park. So between North Ottawa Dunes, now Ottawa Sands, and North Beach Park. So acquisition was in 2 different phases. So it was a first of its kind acquisition with the trust fund. So first phase was in 2018, and then the second phase was in 2019. So it was a little over $8 million in trust fund dollars, and the site is just under 350 acres. So and then after we closed on it in 2019, we started a master plan process that was a full year public input process that really helped us define the roadmap for construction and the projects that we're talking about today. And one of the main things that we identified was really public access and the need to improve the access. And anybody who has been there and has tried to walk around the lake, you get about halfway there and it's about 1.5 miles or a little bit more, and you're walking in beach sand. And really, so the first application today is for a trust fund grant to help improve that lake loop. So but it also improves the driveway and the overlook there. So when you look at the site overall, part of the master plan identified the site. So we have critical dunes on the west. We have some interesting natural features, and the most significant feature is the dunal prairies up there along North Shore. But then you can see the red and the peach are the really highly disturbed mining sites. So as we work on the development and adding these features, we'll be restoring those along the way. So for the most part, all of our development will focus on these sites, or we'll be enhancing those disturbed sites as we work on the development. So here's an overview of the plan. As I was saying, when we look at the development on the site, only 8% of it will overall be developed. And then over 65% will either be maintained as natural or enhanced. So really, it'll be a wonderful feature for the community. So we talked several months ago about the Explorers Camp, Item Explorers Camp, that ties into the Item Explorers Greenway when all the trails are done. They provided 2 gifts in 2000 to help us fund those. And then most recently, it was a $2.5 million gift to help us connect all the infrastructure we need to make that a reality. So that's over $3.5 million to help fund this project. So what we're looking at today is 2 different grant projects. They'll help us then leverage these private dollars to construct some of the infrastructure, really to look at accessibility for the rest of the park. So that trail loop and then public restrooms. So if you look at here in the yellow, there's a spur that comes off of North Shore at the top and then around the loop. And then it's a 1.6 mile loop. And then what we call kind of the day use area. So we have 2 different grants, the trust fund grant and the land and water conservation fund. So here's kind of a blow up of the site. So this would be the northeast corner of the lake. And really that's all just a little gravel road, 1-lane road that you walk down now. And part of this will be improved with the Explorers Camp. So part of this, the drive through will be already improved, but we're proposing the Lake Loop Trail and then the restrooms and then some of those other connections in the parking. So this is our budget for the Lake Loop Trail. The We do have millage dollars assigned to it, as well as we're asking the Parks Foundation to commit some funds. And then we know we have some dollars still yet to locate and identify. So as folks have been talking, the ARPA dollars at the state, we hosted the governor here at Stearns last year. So DNR will be processing those funds. And a couple of weeks ago, I was at a conference. They are still yet to figure out how they're going to allocate those dollars. It'll be a similar grant process as the trust fund, but they wanted us to go ahead and apply for these grants, knowing that they will be opening up the grant process for ARPA that the state will be making available. And we think that both of these projects will make good grant for those. So this is the Lake Loop project. And then again, the overview of that. And then this is the budget for the land and water conservation project. So I kind of ran through that pretty quickly, but I'm happy to answer any questions on this. Yes.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, yes. Jason, what, in your best estimation, what do you feel the probability of those grants are? A high probability for that?
So at least with the Lake Loop, we're very confident with the trust fund. The Land and Water Conservation Fund is a little more comprehensive. So, yeah.
And you have all the necessary resources to effectively get that grant applied for that we, I mean,
yes.
Anything you, great. I mean,
yep.
Not needing.
And this is the first step. So this is a resolution supporting just the application, and then we would have the application in, and when we would do the contract would be next summer. We would bring that back before you all to approve the contract as well. So,
Commissioner Terpstra.
Yeah, I saw construction starts this fall probably. When would like all the camping and all that be completed?
Well, so construction of the Explorers Campground, we're actually working with our consultant on that with the hope to get shovels in the ground this fall and operational by 2023. If all works right, yes. So we know how bids and costs are going on construction projects, but that's our goal, so.
Any other questions for Jason? Okay, we have a motion and a support for the Ottawa Sands Lake Loop and Item Explorers Trail Connector. Will you call the roll, please?
Sir. Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Mr. Baumann.
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung.
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink.
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra.
Yes.
And Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the application for Ottawa Sands Day Use Restroom, I move to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the resolution and application to the Land and Water Conservation Fund Program for funding assistance to construct the modern restroom facility at Ottawa Sands Day Use Area as per the Ottawa Sands Master Plan. Support.
I think that you've explained that pretty well. And so if there's not any further discussion.
Yeah, I have a
Mr.
question. So a lot of times those places get vandalized. Will you have cameras or something like that that will make sure that perhaps it doesn't happen?
Well, so we have multiple restroom facilities. So at Rosie Mound, we have a restroom facility in Grand Ravines Dog Park. And so haven't had a problem. I mean, I wouldn't say we haven't had a problem. They haven't been significant problems. We try to design them so that they are, what problems we have are minimal. We do have some security cameras. So yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
Mr. Baumann.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink.
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung.
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra.
Yes.
Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the application for Rosie Mound expansion, I move to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the resolution and application to the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund Program for funding assistance for the Rosie Mound Expansion Project.
Second.
Discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Baumann.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink.
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
And Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the investment policy, I move to approve the revised investment policy for review and comment, first reading.
Support.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Terpstra.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung.
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink.
Yes.
Mr. Baumann.
Yes.
Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
And Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the public health receivables write-off rule, the motion is to approve the revised public health receivables write-off rule for review and comment, first reading.
Second.
Any discussion? Will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra.
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink.
Yes.
Mr. Baumann.
Yes.
Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
And Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the military service credits policy, the motion is to approve the internal policy review team's recommendation to retire the military service credits policy. This is first reading.
Second.
John, would you like to just give a little explanation on this?
Yeah, this is just really some housekeeping. The county had a policy where eligible county employees, so this doesn't affect veterans in general, but just county employees to purchase military service credits. They had to do so by January 1st, 2013. So this policy has long since expired, but this really had to do with county employees that had military service that wanted to enhance their pension benefits, could purchase some of those military service credits, but they had to do so by 2013. So we're just trying to clean up some of these old policies and get rid of the ones that have expired.
Understood. Any further discussion? Will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra.
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink.
Yes.
Mr. Baumann.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung.
Yes.
And Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the conferences and conventions policy, the motion is to approve the internal policy reviews team recommendation to retire the participating in conferences and conventions policy, first reading.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Baumann.
Yes.
Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink.
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
And Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
From the Finance and Administration Committee, Commissioner Baumann. You have a bunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the resolution to set a public hearing date for the EDC bond project, I make a motion to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the resolution to set a public hearing date on the project plan for the Rest Haven Farmstead project recommended by the Ottawa County Economic Development Corporation and on issuance of bonds.
Support.
When would this hearing, do you imagine, be set?
Our next meeting, so April 12th at 1:30 PM.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink.
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung.
Yes.
Mr. Baumann.
Yes.
And Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the CMH personnel request, I make a motion to approve the request from Community Mental Health to increase the part-time benefited prevention specialist position at pay grade 8 from 0.6 full-time equivalent to 1.0 full-time equivalent at a cost of $37,484, paid for with PA2 and grant funding.
Support. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the Parks and Recreation personnel request, I make a motion to approve the request from the Ottawa County Parks Department to add one seasonal non-benefited program lead position and one seasonal non-benefited project support specialist position at a total cost of $46,374, paid for with funding included in the approved fiscal year 22 Parks budget.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the contracts to provide assessing services, I make a motion to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the contracts to provide assessing services for the city of Hudsonville, the city of Grand Haven, and Crockery Township.
Second.
Any further discussion? Is this just a renewal of assessing
All three are
services?
renewal for 3 years.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Regarding the data conversion for the courts, make a motion to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the proposed agreement with White Box Technologies for data conversion for the circuit and district courts legacy case management system to a new case management system at a total cost of $263,790.
Support.
This basically is transferring the data from an old system to a new system that
Yeah,
is,
so it's transferring data from the circuit and district courts from our old AS400 system to the new JIS system. They'll work first on the district court because we have to have the district court system up and running by the end of this year. And then they'll work on the circuit court system.
any discussion, gentlemen? Seeing no further discussion, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the approval for fiscal year 21 filing of qualifying statement, make a motion to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the resolution to authorize certification of a qualifying statement for bonding purposes.
Second.
Are there any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the Family Justice Center, I make a motion to approve the budget of $32 million to cover all costs associated with the Family Justice Center project.
Support.
Mr. Shea, would you like to kind of
Sure.
explain us a little bit?
Yeah, so we've been meeting with Granger and DLZ, our IPD team. We've met with the stakeholders. We've had numerous meetings about this project. And we've met several times actually to reduce the cost of this project and have pulled some things out of this project. We've gotten to a point where if we reduce or pull anything out of this project anymore, it affects the functionality of the building, not to mention the aesthetics. What we're running into, and we've heard this with some of the other projects going on, is that the construction costs are increasing pretty significantly. We even talked about, hey, do we wait a year? But no one in the construction industry thinks prices are going to come down magically in the next year or two. So what we're requesting is to increase the budget from 30 million to 32 million for all costs. So that's construction, design, legal, auditing, furniture, fixtures, equipment, basically everything. We would not be asking to bond or borrow any more money. That would still be limited to $30 million. The additional 2 million would come from the general fund. And so what you'll see later on in the agenda, we try to keep a fund balance policy between 20 and 25%, and any excess, in this case, excess above 25%, we generally assign to one-time costs. So right now we're about $2.9 million above that 25% fund balance cap. And we're proposing that $2 million of that goes towards this project. It should be noted, we do have an insurance authority meeting next week, and there are certain risk reduction security related cost items as part of this project. And we are going to seek a $1.5 million contribution from the insurance authority. If that were to happen, then the $2 million contribution from the general fund would be reduced to $500,000, with the other 1.5 million coming from the insurance authority. But be that as that meeting is next week, obviously not going to assume anything. We are requesting that the budget be increased to 32 million, not to borrow more money, but to take money from our general fund surplus, if you will, towards that additional 2 million.
Commissioners, further discussion or questions?
I guess I got concerns. I mean, it's going up another, I think, $2 million. So, and I don't see any ground being broken yet. So a year from now, would someone be knocking on your door, John, saying, hey, we got to have a meeting because it went up?
Well, we're going to break ground later this spring if this goes through. And part of this whole process was for the risk reward team to come up with a target cost. So the target cost here is between 27 and $28 million. That's the design and construction cost.
Okay.
And once that's established, they have to live with that cost.
Okay.
And so for every dollar they go over that cost is one less dollar out of their profit. So 100% of their profits are at risk. They wanted to, obviously, before they set that target cost where they have to live or die by that, they wanted to thoroughly validate the project and make sure they could live within, those means. Now, could the cost be higher if we add to the scope, which I don't anticipate us doing? That's a different story.
Yep.
But as part of this $32 million, within that is a target cost between 27 and $28 million that team has to live with. And, do we have some contingencies built in? We have an escalation clause built in, for escalation costs in materials. But 100% of their profit is at risk. And conversely, if they're able to do these costs for less, maybe the bidding environment is better than what they're estimating, then they share in the savings. So I think it's the first $300 from 0 to 300,000 of savings. We split the savings 50-50. And then if they save even more than that, they get, I believe, 65% of the savings as an incentive to keep their costs down. And they have a significant incentive to meet that target cost, because I think they have about $1.7 million or so in profit at risk, 100% of their profit. And for every dollar they go over that target cost comes directly out of that profit.
Is there how long are they saying if we break this spring, when would it be completed?
They're estimating a roughly an 18-month project duration. And again, some of that, right now there is a pretty decent lead time on steel, for example. But right now they're estimating about an 18-20 month construction period. So if it started this spring, you're looking at fall of 23 for it to be completed.
That would be for the 18 months, right? But you
Yeah.
said
Could be 18 to 20 months. Some of it, as they said, like there's some lead time with steel, and they try to time everything so that they get to that stage where the steel is arriving just as they get to that stage. But I'll be honest with you, there's been issues with supply chain that could affect that schedule a little bit. But right now, that's their best estimate for the length.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Other questions?
I have a couple of questions. John, a couple of questions. So what would happen, because we're not able to predict the cost of material and so forth? Well, and let's say by a miracle, costs go down and the project may be, let's say, $3 million less than what we anticipate. Would that be part of the profit sharing that the company would get, or would we put back things that we took away from the actual building?
Or all of the above?
Or all of the above?
So we could say, no, we like it just the way it is. And that would be part of what we call the shared savings. So if they come in $3 million less than the budget, there's a formula in there where, and I believe it's the first 300,000 and maybe 350, but the first 300,000 in savings, we split that with them 50-50. And then any savings above that 300,000, they get 65% of those savings. We get 35% of those savings. We could also say, hey, we've got such savings. We want to add some things back into the project. And then we would do that. And that, obviously that would reduce the amount of savings you'd have, but you'd still be within budget to do that.
So like windows and doors, we could add back.
We still have windows and doors.
If I could add one thing, the timing of getting this approved and getting going and having these trade partners who are locked up in the first part of this project get moving is important to the overall success of the project. They have an incentive to move the clearing and then the initial erection of the building this fall to be completed by that, because some of the trades they don't have locked down, like the drywalling, they want to get going in the winter when those trades are less busy. So one of the advantages of having this concept is we now have partners that will want to push this project to that point, because they're looking at the savings that might accrue if we can get that schedule completed. So that's one of the, hopefully the advantages of this whole method, this unusual method of construction, is there are incentives to move the project forward. And since this one has taken a long time to get to this point, hopefully we can finish this off and get going.
Other discussion, questions? Okay, call the roll, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Mr. Bergman.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
No.
Mr. Dannenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra.
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink.
Yes.
Mr. Baumann.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung.
Yes.
And Mr. Fenske.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you.
In regards to the allocation of the 2021 unassigned fund balance, I make a motion to approve the recommendation to transfer $2 million and $906,011 of the general fund unassigned fund balance to the Family Justice Center Building Authority project and to Capital Projects Fund respectively.
Support.
I think you've explained some of this. If you.
So yeah, so the
something
2
to
million I
add.
explained would go towards the Family Justice Center. The remaining $906,011 would go to our capital projects fund to fund those one-time capital projects. So this has been, and many times before, we've sent unassigned general fund balance to our capital projects fund to do some of our capital improvement projects. So 900 and just over 900,000 would go to that capital projects fund.
Any discussion on that? Okay,
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the contract of lease and ground lease, I make a motion to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the contract of lease and resolution for ground lease with the Ottawa County Building Authority.
Support. John,
This is where the county is leasing the ground and the building to the building authority, which will issue the bonds for this project. So it's using as collateral essentially. Once the bonds are paid off, the land and the building then revert back to the county.
any questions? Discussion? Will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Regarding the Grand Haven Courthouse boiler stack replacement project, I make a motion to approve and authorize the board chairperson and clerk register to sign the low bid from Small City Mechanical in the amount of $161,425.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Grand, is this the Grand Haven Courthouse? that we're
Yes.
talking? Ain't that old, is it? You know,
No, it's not that old. But the stack is deteriorating. As I understand it, it used the wrong kind of metal that should not have been used for that type of application. So we are correcting that. We are adding an additional security door. This is a more minor part of the project.
can
on the
we
third floor.
give it to our council for the county and say, look who built this and you screwed up, you owe us or not?
Statute of limitations
Yeah,
is-
you know, we built that building, you know, if you look at the cost, it was what, less than $200 per square foot. Now we're looking at 400, 450 in this new design environment. So that building was built very efficiently. Were some corners cut to get that building in place? Perhaps, but I don't think they would amount to the kind of negligence or fraud that you could sue some 12 or 13 years later. It's just not timely to do that anymore. Hopefully we'll be getting some of these problems that we're experiencing with our buildings resolved for the Family Justice Center with this different style of building again. When you bring people in and they say, hey, for $10,000 more, you get the better steel on this stack, so you don't have to come back 15 years later and have a $250,000. We did apparently have that opportunity when this courthouse was constructed, and now we're paying, you know, some of the price for that.
We have a motion, a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Will you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And finally, regarding the fiscal year 2022 budget adjustments, I make a motion to approve the 2022 budget adjustments per the attached schedule.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Bauman. Appointments from the Talent and Recruitment Committee, Commissioner Frank Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make the motion regarding the Ottawa County Housing Commission. I'd like to make the motion to place the name of Patrick Waterman to fill one member vacancy beginning immediately and ending December 31st, 2026.
You call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bauman,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Regarding the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Committee, I'd like to make the motion to place into nomination the name of Ann Sailors to fill one private sector vacancy beginning immediately and ending December 31st, 2022.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Bauman,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And regarding the Veterans Affairs Committee, I'd like to place into nomination the name of David Ziegler to fill one war veteran vacancy beginning immediately and ending December 31st, 2022.
Support.
Motion support has been made. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will you call a roll, please?
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Bauman,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And regarding the Veterans Affairs Committee as well, we'd like to place into nomination the name of Stephen Barnes to fill one war veteran vacancy beginning immediately and ending December 31st, 2024.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Bauman?
Quick question. Mr. Garcia, I'm assuming these individuals just have to be veterans. They don't have to be a veteran of a war, correct?
I believe that we had an understanding there, because we asked that question. I believe that they had to have served during a time when there was war or a conflict,
Okay.
a
So
period, right?
Not just a veteran.
Right, exactly, right, John, is that?
Yeah.
Of course I'm right.
I know I'm trying to think, the veterans that can receive certain benefits had to serve during a specific conflict. I guess I just I'll have to double check on the members that actually serve on the board. I know the veterans that could receive benefits from this have to have served during specific periods of conflict. So I'll just double check on that.
I think John's right. I don't know that that's a requirement for being on the board, but it is a requirement for
To
getting
get
services.
benefits that you have to, okay.
Any further discussion? You call a roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Bauman,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Discussion items, none. Report of the county administrator.
Just as some of you know, several commissioners and I attended the MAC Legislative Conference this past week. Other than the governor canceling her keynote speech, I think on Wednesday, I thought there were a lot of good sessions on agriculture, Open Meetings Act, trial court funding, and more. So I found it very informative. And we had some very nice discussions with Senator Victory, Representative Slaa, and Meerman as well. So it was a chance to meet up with our legislators as well. So I thought it was time very well spent. Speaking of legislation, we do have our quarterly legislators meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And continuing the theme of legislation, we have scheduled our local legislative forum that we have been holding every year, kind of got held up with COVID, but that'll be Friday, May 6th, from 8 to noon right now. And we'll put together an agenda as that date gets a little bit closer. It's just sort of a save the date at this point. So that's what I got for you.
John, quick question. The latter of those two, is that a public meeting or for the board only?
The local legislative.
Yeah.
It's the board members can come, and it's also for the local units of government to come as well.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Any further questions for John?
May.
Thank you. Next is general information, comments and meetings attended.
I'd like to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just concur a little bit what John said. I attended the conference and it was extremely informative. Some of these classes, the two I remember, the opens meeting class was extremely informative. I mean, we know we've got all these meetings going on, but every time you go there, you learn something that you may be doing stupid. So I just came away with some great stuff there. And then we had another class that I thoroughly enjoyed, was dealing with stress. And I think that was kind of the consensus for the whole conference because it was stressful getting in the room. There's so many people there. So that was another, just a great opportunity to how to deal with stress and I had a great meeting with our legislators on Tuesday night. So a great conference.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to follow up on that. I think that we did have some excellent sessions as well. And I give all the credit to the president of the Michigan Association of Counties, which happens to be Phil Kyers.
Thank you, Frank.
We love you,
And I enjoyed being president. It's a great time. Mac treats me great. We got a great staff there, legislative wise. So we all had a great time. So thanks for coming, guys, and saying supporting me. So we'll keep up the good work there at Mac.
Anything else, gentlemen? Seeing none, we'll move into our 11th item here, county efforts to support agriculture and protect farmland. This is going to be presented by the Department of Strategic Impact, Paul Sachs and Becky Huntington. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Am I at a good distance? I didn't do well with the microphone last time. Does that sound right to everybody?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. We can see and hear you.
Yeah, so this presentation obviously is not an action item. It's simply to inform, reflect on some things that we've done and look at some things we're going to do. It's unfortunate that it landed on an agenda with a couple dozen items. I apologize for that. It seemed like a really good idea on a shorter agenda, but here we are nonetheless. This presentation and public comment stands between you and recess. So I'll keep it fairly short. It should be about 30 to 40 minutes, just so you know how to plan.
Excellent.
Happy to take questions, or if you just want to kind of take notes and follow up with us afterwards in the interest of time. I know you have a lot to do yet in your day. So I just wanted to give you that little bit of background. Again, I'm Becky Huntington. Most of you know me. Some of that might be in the audience, may not. I'm the Economic Development Coordinator for the county, working in the Department of Strategic Impact. And agriculture and farmland preservation are a couple of things that I do in my scope of work. So with that, we're going to get started. I just want to kind of give you a big picture of agriculture in the county right now. It's a good picture. It's a great way to kick off the presentation. Then we'll talk about some things. We're in the Department of Strategic Impact. We used to be planning. We like to measure. We'll look at some things that we talked about, some benchmarks we wanted to hit with farmland preservation and agriculture. That'll require us to get in the Wayback Time machine and go to 2019, about 3 years ago, and just revisit a few things that we recognized as challenges, places we want to improve, things we want to measure. So we'll look back at that really quick and take a look at how we're doing. And then I just want to make you aware of some new efforts we've deployed and a few things we want to look at going forward. It should be fairly interesting, should be fairly fun. So just bear with me and throw questions out as we go. So off we go. So I want to start out again with that overview of the agriculture in the county. This is a slide of where most of you probably do a lot of your shopping, and that is great if you need to get a box of extra toasty Cheez-Its or some toilet paper or things like that. But if you want to get meat or vegetables or eggs or dairy products. There's just really a lot of neat places right here in the county where everything's grown locally, processed locally, offered and sold locally. So we're going to just take a look at a few of those just so we can feel good about some of the things we do to support agriculture here in the county. So starting off, this is Heidi Van Dyke. She owns Greenvale Farm. It's in Polkton Township. I don't know if any of you have been there. It's the old Booth Farm at 68th and Leonard. I'm sure several of you have. Heidi's just a young gal. She does come up from a farm family, but she started this up and is just doing a great job. She's good about telling the story of agriculture. And when you take your recess, you'll have some cheese curds and some meat sticks there that you can enjoy that are from Heidi. I asked her what she'd recommend for you guys to have. She recommended the garlic dill cheese curds and some meat sticks. So those are over there for you to enjoy. And this is Emily Booby. Some of you might recognize her. She's Pat and Linda Mitchell's daughter. She also started her own farm. She raises cattle and hogs, lambs, poultry. I'm not sure she has laying hens, processes it all locally, offers it for sale at the local farm markets. She is the chair of the Promotion and Education Committee. She gets out there and tells the story of agriculture. And these highlights are just a few of the folks that are out doing this in the community. She's in Zeeland Township. So now we're going to go to Olive Township. This is Crisp Country Acres. It's they're related to the Visser Farms, but separate. I'm not exactly sure who that individual is in there, but let's assume he might be part of the Visser family. So Crisp Country Acres, again, in Olive Township, they're open year round now to sell their vegetable products. There's also some items over there from Crisp that Julie picked up for us. They do CSAs. They do a great job with their Facebook page talking about agriculture, how to use the products that they sell. Just another great opportunity here locally. This is Groundswell Farm. This is Bruce Michael Wilson. This is a different type of farming. He has an organic farm just on 7 acres, also in Zeeland Township. Recently came back to agriculture and sited here in Ottawa County. Also tells the story of agriculture. He's done some presentations on I guess the easiest way to say is like food is medicine in Grand Rapids. He sells at the markets locally, has a CSA, is looking to grow beyond his current 7 acres. He's going to do education for young underserved farming communities. So all this is happening just, a few miles from where we are right now. And then these are probably familiar faces, Dave and Kelly Reinders in Robinson Township. Blueberry farmers that have diversified. They have a little market there. They don't sell as much. They have both avenues. They sell direct and they market in a wider region. But they also are great ambassadors for agriculture. That's Sonny Perdue with them when they were talking about some legislation and he was doing a tour. He was here in the county. And then we'll end with Mike Bronkema. A lot of you guys know Shady Side Farms. Ended with Mike because we are going to preserve his farm probably this year, possibly in 2023. We had to hustle to get his farm preserved. We had to write 2 different grants, do a significant amount of fundraising, but we got it done. And so his acreage will be permanently preserved in Olive Township. The picture on your right is their sheep shearing days. Probably a good number of you, I know Paul has, and some other folks have been to the sheep shearing days where they do education. They have a professional shearing fellow come out and shear all the sheep. They've got education all around the farms. They're lambing right then. They sell direct right from their farm. They also grow dry beans, all sorts of different things. And I chose that picture of Mike because again, he's out telling the story of agriculture on Shelley Irwin's show, making sure that people understand ag so we can support it better. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't end. I forgot to do this. I love this picture of the Courthouse in there. This is the Courthouse family. This is one of the farms we preserved, and there's 3 generations there. And nothing is going to motivate people more. And I think Matt and Roger can speak to this because they were there that day. Nothing's going to motivate folks more to be advocates for preserving farmland and protecting agriculture and doing what we can by watching Tim cry when we unveil the sign that permanently preserves his land so that little baby can farm it if that little baby chooses to. So that's really powerful to have folks come out to these sign unveilings. So everything that they contribute helps us be the 3rd largest ag production county in the state, like Matt mentioned. So that's a big deal. We're also really very diverse. We're 4th in diversity as a county in the state, which makes all these people want to live here with us. You guys all know, we're the fastest growing county in the state, 7th most populous. So how do we balance that? And that's what we work on, is trying to balance that here in our departments. We're going to talk a little bit about that. So when Paul and I, back in 2018, we were looking at how we preserve farmland and what we can do to support. We did a little research. We came to the board and said, we really kind of want to look harder at refocusing our farmland preservation efforts. Farmland preservation itself, PDR, is just a tool. It's one tool. And we think, you know, it's not that or other things, it's that and other things. So we wanted to look harder at what are those other things we can be doing to support agriculture and protect farmland. So we also deployed a survey at that time and got some really good data from that survey that we could base our efforts on. So we knew it was something that was going to serve our agricultural landowners very well. There's a picture of a glacier behind it because farmland preservation kind of moves at a glacial pace. It's a little frustrating. It's hard. It takes a long time to raise money. It takes a long time to close. So we wanted to look at a lot of other things that we could do. So that is why that picture is on that particular slide. So we're going to jump in the Wayback Time Machine just really quick. So you guys got a packet. I think most of you were serving at that time. You got a packet back in January of 19 that kind of looked at the whole program. How are we doing? What are some of the challenges? How are we going to measure this? How do we need to change? So that was a big hairy slide I had in that packet, but we're just really going to look at this. Since we passed that ordinance in 2008 to allow us to preserve farmland under the Planning Act, we had only preserved at that time about 90 acres of land. So Paul and I were looking at this. We just hired Julie and we thought, I think we can do better. So we kind of presented this information to you, what some of our challenges were, and we want to revisit how we've done today. And I think we've done a good job growing this program and adding some tools to the toolbox. Survey results, you guys are all familiar with these. It really identified kind of 4 key areas that we need to focus on to continue to support farmland protection. And I toggle sometimes between the words preservation and protection, sometimes not on purpose. I try to intentionally use protection more often. Preservation indicates permanent easements, which is a tool. But you can protect farmland in a lot of other ways, like encouraging people to do succession plans, like enhancing different types of zoning that allow for diversification of income, remove some of the barriers to farmers doing business, things like that. So protection has a little different nuance than preservation. So we took the next step, and that was putting those 4 focus areas into an action plan. Landowners, 1,600 of them were surveyed, 400 of them responded and said, these are the things that we think that the county can work on that will help us do our jobs better and be more profitable. So that's what we focused on. So we came to you last year during March, during Food and Ag Month, to ask for support for that resolution, and you provided it. And you provided it because it's part of your action plan too. It's in your strategic plan to recognize the role of agriculture in the economy, to also support the board to preserve farmland, and to also work on that countywide land use vision that helps us. You know, we have a housing commission. People need places to live. We need places to grow our food. We need to do expansions like LG Chems. Those people have places to work. We need to make that all work together. So that countywide future land use vision is important to making that all synthesize. So today we just want to talk really quickly about how's it going and where are we going. I'll try to keep it interesting and click through these quickly, but we want to measure a couple of things. So PDR, it was a little lackluster when we arrived simply because we had some staff turnover. It was a part-time position, and Paul and I and Julie decided, let's focus on this and make it the best that it can be. We didn't feel it was the best possible county offering that we had, and so we worked hard to try to make it that. So there's some targets that had been set for the program, and at the time, really weren't hit. This is a slide from that packet that you guys received. That white line, that's the target where we wanted to be with number of applications, people who came to us and wanted to preserve their land. The yellow line, dismally, were the number of people that were coming to us. So with the outreach efforts of the survey and everything that followed, we were really able to hockey stick the number of people who wanted to participate in our program way up. So that's been great. We've had good results with that. Another target is how many townships participate with it. You might remember that each township has to pass a resolution to participate. We don't just preserve anywhere, that township has to agree to be a part of the program. So we had 7 townships in 18 when we came to you before January 19. And since then, we've added 3 more townships, which has been great. I mean, we have several townships that have not yet signed a resolution. You'll see in some slides coming up, there might be a couple that are thinking hard about it now because they're having their struggles with their farmers coming to them, wanting to sell their land for development and wanting to rezone But the township planning commissions are recognizing maybe we need to be careful about this. Maybe we need to think about this. So you'll see that in some slides coming up. So this is the fun one, preserved acres. This is the biggest benchmark. The slide you're looking at there is our most recently permanently preserved farm. That's Carson DeHaan. He's in Blendon Township, one of our areas that's also challenged by groundwater. That's something else we consider when we preserve farmland. And you can see a couple of folks from Blendon Township there. It's powerful when they show up for those sign unveilings. So we were glad to have them there and their participation. So again, way back time machine slide, this green one here. So we're looking at how many acres we had preserved. We had 91 actual, 142 in the queue, so a couple hundred acres over the 10 years the program had been in existence. We had hoped to have 200 by 19, so we were close on that. And this is where we are now. That's a little bit faded, I'm sorry about that. So we have 602 acres now that are going to be preserved. Once we close on Broncomas and close on Tom Holsteg's over in Zealand Township, we'll be at 600 acres, up from 90. I think that's good. I also want you to be aware of there's additional acreage that is preserved in the county, but not through our program. The state of Michigan can also accept donations of development rights. So Holland Township doesn't participate with our program, but there's some folks that wanted to permanently preserve their land. So they donated the development rights to the state. There's a couple other properties and some other local units for a total of about 650 acres permanently preserved under the state program. And then we also have PA 116, which is a temporary tool. We have about 33,000 acres preserved through the PA 116 tool. So we're getting there in terms of acres. Fundraising, it's always been a challenge. We've been very fortunate. This is a very boring little slide, but they're numbers. They're going to be boring sometimes. So if you look at, there's a couple of zeros in there. Michigan Ag Preservation Fund, that didn't exist in 18. That bucket was refilled with $2 million annually, starting in 2019. So we immediately started writing grants for that. And we've been very successful. To date, we have received almost $750,000, over $750,000 in funding from the state. That money was not available to our program before. So that's been a huge help. And then new in 2022, we're just beginning to dip into this bucket is the Regional Conservation Partnership Program. This is through NRCS. We partnered with the Ottawa Conservation District on this grant. So that is a new funding stream. So that's huge, especially for programs like ours that don't have a dedicated funding stream, like such as a millage. There's other areas of the state that have a dedicated funding stream to support farmland preservation. We don't. So these additional buckets of money we can choose from are really important. So, you know, just through some staff time, $2.5 million have been leveraged into the county for the purposes of protecting farmland. So we think that's pretty important. And we can't do this without our board. We have a great active ag preservation board. They're very passionate, very supportive, and we appreciate every one of them. They guide what we do. They're great spokespersons for what we do. And I just want to take a minute to recognize those folks on the slide here. And we do have a youth advocate. Haley sits on our board. She's with the Career Line Tech Center program. So it's nice to have the youth involved in the program as well. So that's what we've done with PDR up to now. So what else are we doing? This is where the and comes in. We're doing PDR, we're doing it better. So PDR and what are some additional things? So really quickly, the Myfarmlink Project. That might be something some of you have heard of. We got a Beginning Farmer and Rancher Development Program grant to create a tool that will help connect farmland seekers with farmland owners. It provides mentorship resources. It supports succession planning, not things I'll get into in detail, but would be happy to talk to you about it at any point and give you some detail if you'd like it. You'll see that it's Michigan based. Ottawa County has always been very good about being innovative and piloting, and the rising tide lifts all boats. So this is something that we launched here in Ottawa County. It serves Ottawa County, but is designed such that it can serve the entire state. We have the folks over in Washtenaw that are looking at taking it to the next level. We're writing some grants for that. So that's, I just wanted to qualify that. Ag processing renaissance zones, that's not something we've done a lot of. We did one this year. That's going to create capacity for a lot more farmers to sell, to request. We need to do more of that. This speaks to a little bit to some work that has yet to be done because there's a little glitch with this program that we can talk about later. But these kind of create the next things on my department's plan of work to tackle. And this is one of those. The National Agricultural Land Network is really more of a tool that we use to inform our program to make sure we're doing the best work we can and doing it effectively. We serve on the steering committee for this national group that is through American Farmland Trust. They have a lot of white papers, a lot of great tools we can use to educate those zoning administrators, the planning officials, the local units, and help them do a better job. And the Agribusiness Talent Council, that's another thing that we serve on in our department. Everyone's looking for people to work all the time. And this is unique because Michigan Works has had talent councils. You may have heard of them for construction, IT, healthcare, manufacturing. They've had them for years. Well, now they have one dedicated for agribusiness, which is great. That's not something that existed before. And we're being recognized as a powerful industry and people are taking action on it. So one of the fun things about this is agriculture was never represented at my Career Quest, where 11,000 students flow through that event every single year and no farms or agribusinesses were represented there. And we were in 2020. It was a virtual event, but it was great. So our booths got a total of 15,000 unique hits in agribusiness. So students would visit different booths a couple of times, but I would think that was a great turnout for that particular event and raising the awareness of agriculture and food processing in the area. And then revisiting the Regional Conservation Partnership Program. This one is a new bucket that we can use for farmland preservation, but it's especially significant because it's a cross-cutting program that also speaks to the groundwater issue that we have in the county. We're working together and prioritizing those places that are both challenged with a lack of groundwater and available potentially for groundwater recharge, and prioritizing those with where we preserve farmland. So this is a multi-partner $7 million grant. It's a big beast that the Conservation District took on, but we're glad they did because that netted our program $500,000 to use to preserve farmland that we didn't have before. So this has been a great addition to the work that we do. I hear a lot of people going out the door. I feel like maybe I should speed up. I'm sure you think so too. So
We're losing the crowd.
I know. I try to be entertaining, but you know, I can only do so much, you know, and still be appropriate for a meeting. So
Paul would dance or something.
I
that
know.
might
Well,
keep
he's going to dance here in a minute. I got a slide. He'll twitch a little. I have a couple slides coming up that are going to make him twitch, and that'll be entertaining for you. I'll warn you when they're coming up so you can watch. So anyway, all of those different things that we do speak back to this plan that you supported and approved a year ago, and we're going to continue to build on that. So are we there yet? We're close. Let's look at a couple of the challenges that we had and see if we've addressed them. And this is where Paul begins to twitch, so watch him closely. Oh, a very textability slide. He hates these. So some of the challenges that we had identified when we came to you in January 19 were the high fundraising requirement for PDR. That's still there. It's always going to exist unless we can find some golden goose or magic bullet that gives us money annually, a dedicated millage or a dedicated fee. But we are using every resource we have available to us, and I think doing a pretty good job of it. Low application rates. I think we've tackled that one pretty good. Resistance from local units or farmers or agribusiness people. I think we've done good outreach and changed some of the views that were slightly negative against us from local units, thinking maybe they didn't have control, but they did. They approve every piece of property. They have the ability to say, I don't think that's right for our local unit. And so we've educated them on that. The one in yellow, preserving any land, just whatever land, versus being very intentional. That's something that the comprehensive land use vision is going to help us do. So we can look at where is the very best prime soil, where are the groundwater challenges, where is the most development pressure, where's the existing infrastructure, and let that inform us as to where we should be preserving farmland, and maybe as importantly, where we should not be permanently preserving farmland. So that's something that we think we can wring a little bit more out of this program in that way. And then the challenges of fundraising, I think we've tackled that to the best of our ability too, short of some sort of dedicated funding stream. And this one Paul really hates, but it was in the last packet, so we'll run through it super quick. How are we doing on these additional tools? We're good. We're offering PDR. We've got that state fund, and we've got $750,000 out of it, and we'll continue to apply. We're looking at some different land protection models. We have not implemented TDR, but I think we need to start really considering TDR as a tool more seriously within the limitations that we have under statute. But we are beginning to do that. These next three, those kind of all landed under the Myfarmlink effort. So there's room to grow, but we've gotten a start on all of those. Land mapping, to, like I was talking about before, to inform, layer up those important components and inform us as to where we should be doing our work. That's underway. I think the ongoing outreach to local units and educating them, that has to be almost, you know, like on a every 2-year cycle, because they have folks that get voted in that maybe don't fully understand it, or they have so many different things coming at them. So we need to be more intentional and just kind of do that on a rolling basis. And then brownfield, doing the best we can to help keep housing and people in where the infrastructure already is part of farmland protection. So continuing to work on that as well. But none of that happens in a silo. We hired Julie. Paula and Julie work closely together to work on farmland protection and agriculture, but it doesn't happen without the rest of the team. Matt and his team work on the mapping components that we need and some of the analysis. Rich, we can't do anything without Rich. He makes everything look good and gets people to events and all of that kind of thing. Shannon and David, they get me the data that I need and help me with grants and help me evaluate my grants, which is required. And Pam makes sure that I don't screw up and have Karen knocking on my door, yelling at me. Karen left. Okay, so I can make fun of her. So it doesn't happen without a team. So they're all there for me. So it's the whole department that gets involved in agriculture and farmland protection. So looking ahead, we still have some issues. I redacted this, but what this is kind of an example of something that is a problem. This is a township that participates with PDR. This is only one of numerous public hearings just this year on a rezone from ag to R1. And every local unit has the right to make that choice, and every landowner has their bundle of sticks that are their land rights, and they have the right to do anything they want with that. And we don't want that to change. However, rezoning agricultural land to R1 low density at a national level accounts for 40% of the farmland loss. So we need sturdier criteria to do that rezone. We need to help farmers be viable so they don't have to sell for development to meet their, you know, retirement needs. There's a lot that goes into this, but this represents one of the bigger challenges in keeping farmland robust, especially in our county. So here's another example. This is an email from a non-participating township that Paul got, talking about they've got farmers coming to them. They've got developers that have been approaching them, wanting to buy their land, and they can't make any money in blueberries right now for a variety of reasons, and we won't go into those now. But I don't blame the farmers, and it makes sense. And the folks from the township are saying, how do we manage this? What do you have for tools? What can you help us do so we don't make a rash decision? Because once you put houses on farmland, it doesn't go back. It's a one and done. So these are kind of some of the things we're experiencing and working hard to help, again, kind of sturdier zoning, sturdier processes, better tools. There's so many things that go into this, but these are just examples of the fact that there's work still to do. We're not going to get bored. That's just a quick sneak peek at our priority map that we're started on. That one represents soil types, development pressure. Pretty soon we'll incorporate some of the groundwater challenges. This map is one that we use in our criteria for our RCPP rankings. So we're trying to get better tools to make these choices is really what we're trying to do. And so that's in process, and we'll have better products as we move forward. So we're making progress, because at the end of the day, this picture kind of represents the whole thing. The people behind the table want ground to grow all that great stuff that's on the table, but all the people in front of the table, they want to come down there and buy that. They want to walk up to an affordable, great place to live. They want to have clean water to recreate in. It all ties in together, and it all ties into that whole land use vision that I think that there's an RFP going out for to get started on that, if I'm not mistaken, to get that work going. So this kind of represents all the different facets of what we're trying to do right there. So, you know, it really comes down to land use planning and economic development initiatives that focus on agriculture. That's how we protect the farmland. So a few things we're looking at going forward, things we've not really started on yet, but things we're looking at going forward, is a land trust, something that makes sense for the state, for the county and the state. We're exploring some funding sources to maybe do a feasibility study to see if that additional tool would be helpful. Reevaluating zoning and planning and how we can help those local units do a better job. Not that they're doing a bad job, but to protect farmland in a way that makes sense for everybody. You know, they can't understand every nuance of every different thing that comes across their desk, and maybe we can help them do that. And that land use vision ties right into that. And then TDR, that's a tool we need to look at a little bit more seriously. It's a zero-sum game. We don't have to go out and raise funds to do that. The developer pays that. So within the restrictions that we have under statute, we need to look harder at doing that. And economic development side of it, continuing the Myfarmlink effort. There's legislation out there for beginning farmer tax credits, for big infusions of money into the agriculture industry, supporting that the best we can, and also accessing it when it becomes available. Addressing the ag processing renaissance zones. We can't do any more of those unless the legislation, unless the rules gets fixed. So we need to work on that. Different problems that are coming up that nobody is really tackling. Should our department start to look at that, such as the weight restrictions permitting? It's a big pain in the butt for the larger farmers that farm across county lines. Are the things we can do to address that? That's something else we're looking at. And then just continuing to build on the current efforts that we have in place. And like we always do, tell the story of agriculture. You know, LG Chem hits the papers, and that's great. And it is, you know, if those people aren't working at LG Chem and living here, all the farmers I showed you don't have anybody to sell to. You know, it's all part of the same system, but we need to support the farmers and have people be aware of their impact just as much as we need to have them be aware of the LG Chem project. So telling the story of agriculture. And this is just a fun one. Me and Mike Bronkema went out to the schools as a part of Junior Achievement's career days. I thought this might just be a warm fuzzy for the commissioners. And we talked about what we do for a living. Mike talked about farming. I talked about farmland protection, and the kiddos wrote us letters back. And this gal says, thank you for being mindful of the earth and for protecting farmland. You know, so it's just nice to go out and tell the story and help kids understand the impact. And there's the array of letters that Mike got from the kids when he was done. And good for him for being willing to take basically a full day, half a day, 2 days in a row to stand in the classrooms and talk to kids about farming. That's what we need to do. So we're going to land the plane with our poster child for farmland protection. This is the Hale family. That's Matt Hale, who farms in Polkton Township. He owns the very first farm that we ever protected. And he is there with his daughter, Christina, who at the time lived out of state. She came home and is now farming, and they're working on the succession plan. And Christina has helped her dad expand. She will eventually take over. They sell locally. They do a bang up job at Louise Earl Butcher Shop in Grand Rapids. They worked on their business model. It's just an amazing story. So they're always a great one to close with. So, and there's their farm sign out in front of their farm. And that was our first unveiling. We threw a big party that night. It was a great night. So it was a little cold, but it was a great night. So, and that wraps up my presentation. I hope I ran through it and cut a few minutes off of it. I know you guys have a recess now. I know you have to come back and do an interview, so we can chat and do questions, or you can just come see me or Paul or Julie later. Julie and Paul are both here, so they're all a part of this, right with me, partners in crime. So any of us can answer questions. So thank you for giving me a little bit of your time on a busy day. I appreciate it.
One question, our farms are the tapas. Where is that going to be held this year?
Julie?
We decided that we're going to hold it in Hudsonville, but it's not going to be at Terrace Square. It's going to be
At the Red Shed.
The Red Shed.
Good choice. You're welcome. It's going to be a beautiful venue for it. It's going to be fantastic. Yeah. Yeah.
Becky, you know, this is a kind of a far out question, but
fire away.
Do you know how many farms there are in Ottawa County?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm trying to dust that number off. It's usually right on the tip of my tongue. There's 171,000 acres of farmland.
170.
Yep.
1,000.
Yeah, I'm sad that you stumped me because I know that.
Okay, and that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, in what, I guess, what constitutes a farm? If you're looking at the acreage of it, you know, like somebody has an acre and grows produce, sells it on the road and everything, is that still classified as a farm?
So it's all self-reported through the census, but kind of the barometer that we use under farmland preservation is probably a decent barometer, is if you're under 40 acres, you have an annual income, a revenue requirement. You have to make a certain amount per acre to qualify for the program. So there's a revenue component, or if you're under 5, there's a designation through MDARD as a specialty farm. And if you have that designation, that also makes you a farm. So, and everybody self-reports. So through the census on that.
Well, if you ever come across some of the stats, I would love to see some of that, you know.
Okay. What was that?
If you ever kind of come across some of those stats, I would love to see.
Yeah, I have
you know.
stats for days, and the fact that I don't have the farm number right off the top of my head, I can tell you what percentage we lost. I want to say it's,
Yeah.
no, I shouldn't.
Yeah,
I
see,
won't
because I
venture.
think we're losing farm, we're not gaining farms. are we?
Correct. We're losing more farms than we are land, and that's because the larger farms are picking up the acreage. So we're losing about 17% of farmers in the last census, but only 8% of the land because the larger farms would pick it up.
Okay.
So.
Mr. Bergman.
So Becky, are you doing any educating at farm markets? Are you
We
doing
have
anything
done a little bit of that in the past, when we haven't done a lot of that. And it kind of comes down to a capacity and a bang for your buck thing. If we had all the staff in the world and all the time in the world, you know, we could have a little booth out there and spend some time at farm markets, but we have to be really focused on where we spend our staff time. And a lot of it's spent on our fundraising efforts. And part of that is education, but it's a good idea. We have done some of that. We can't rank it up too high on our list of things where we spend our time for outreach. Just,
I always just think, you know, the relationship between those people being able to get that stuff.
absolutely.
And, you know,
Yeah.
where it's coming from.
That could even be like, you know, almost like an intern thing. If you could find some sort of an intern that would, you know, go out in the summer and spend time at each of our however many farm markets that we have, that would be a good intern project to educate that intern and send them out to do that outreach, armed with some materials. That's something that we could do from a capacity standpoint.
And maybe that's where we get the North Ottawa Chamber of Commerce and Lakeshore Advantage involved.
Yep.
Because maybe that's something that they could help with.
Yeah, because that, you know, helps out those urban centers or where they do their work. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's something we could look at focusing on, is trying to find a way to create the capacity to do that. Because those are, you know, that's the target audience.
Holland Christian Hills Park School, and I know COVID changed some of that, but they got the okay from the township and everything to board animals and teaching the kids where some of your food is coming from.
Animals?
Animals.
I knew there's greenhouses. I didn't know there's animals.
Yes, they were supposed to add animals too, but I don't know what happened with the COVID and everything. So, and that's more of an educational thing for the kids.
Yep.
Joe.
Becky, quick question. I know
Yeah.
Ottawa and Allegan County, they're always fighting back and forth who has got more ag production.
Mhm.
So who's 1 and 2?
1 is Huron, 2 is Allegan, and 3 is us. Huron surpassed us just by sheer volume, you know, with sugar beets and their big, you know, field crops out there.
Is that?
And dry
ranking
beans, those are higher
strictly
value.
dollar value then?
Yeah, yep, agricultural receipts produced. Yeah. Washtenaw, I think, is the #1 in diversity.
Does that number include greenhouses, nurseries?
Yeah, we're #1, I think, in that, or we're top
But I
10,
mean,
yeah.
The dollar value of sales or whatever
Yep.
includes the greenhouse
Yep.
business, the nurseries,
Yep.
that type of thing.
It probably went down when Phil sold his farm.
Yeah,
I'll bet you. that's what it
Yeah,
was.
we got it.
I saw that ding in the
They
in the
kind of,
stats.
hey, you know what? I sold it to agriculture. We're all set, right?
Right, good job.
Kyle.
Yeah, how much are we working with MSU Extension? Because they do a lot with the farms, with the succession planning and that as well.
Yep,
And like the education, like going to farm markets and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's what they do.
it's what they do, yeah. So I work pretty closely right now with John Laporte, who is a business educator, and he works heavily with beginning farmers. He's part of our Myfarmlink Project, and he was one of the presenters at the event we put on. So I work pretty closely with John right now. Every other week, I have a meeting with Aaron Moore, who's a district coordinator, and Matt Channing, who's a specialist over in Kent County. We just talk ag every 2 weeks, you know, and bounce ideas off each other and stay caught up. So in terms of direct outreach for our programs through MSUE, I try to stay close to everybody. Carlos, Charles, Aaron, John, and I usually stay in pretty close communication. There isn't a lot that's very formal outside of what I do with John. But yeah, you're right. They're an excellent conduit. We'll be presenting together at a luncheon next week. So yeah, trying to maximize that leverage for sure.
And then one more, when you said that the state of Michigan farmers donate the land.
Yep.
So they don't, the state of Michigan doesn't purchase the development rights, they just sign them over?
Correct. So two things with the state. They always have had a program where a farmer can donate the development rights. Just here's my development rights, they sign them over, no money received. That program exists, and that's how the Holland Township properties did it. But the state does provide funding to purchase development rights, but it's not direct to a landowner. It goes through that program with the $750,000. It funnels through local qualified programs. So the state does provide money to purchase development rights, but it doesn't do it directly to the farmer. It goes through the local units.
You mentioned master plans, zoning, planning commissions, township boards, township planners. How can we as commissioners influence them, or at least address, the gobbling up of land? Because that's kind of where it gets gobbled up, is at the township level.
Yep.
When they try to weigh ag versus, a plat board or a plat, some sort.
Yep. I guess my answer to that would be, it would be somewhat, I know that you attend your local unit meetings and you have relationships with those local units, and however you typically engage, we could provide information so that you can educate them or help them address certain issues. I guess you would be another conduit for us, but it's going to be, unique to every individual township, whether or not they participate in PDR, different things like that. I don't know if there's something that would be consistent across each one of you that we could provide, other than knowing about the program, how it works. PDR is just one thing, really helping them, again, go back to the sturdier zoning, which all that is a recommendation, and it varies. Every master plan is a little bit different. Local unit willingness to rezone is a little bit different in every local unit. I guess just you as a commissioner encouraging thoughtfulness before that rezoning occurs, short of having a sturdier zoning policy, or being aware when those parcels come up and ask for rezoning, and maybe communicating with your local units. I'm not sure if I have a better answer. Maybe Paul does. Do you have more to add to that?
Yeah, you're doing a great job, Becky. So just add a little bit to that. There's some political nuances, right? As a county government, and you have local units of government that have their independent jurisdictional authority. So being a conduit and creating awareness, is fantastic. Talking with our local elected officials and planning commissioners and others, as building relationships is really big. And we're really working at that with our local planners and those appointed planning commissioners and elected folks. And many of our communities, they're rural, right? They're not as robust and developed and urbanized. And the big opportunity that we can provide with our resource expertise is to share the resources and expertise. And we're looking at this planning and this integration of all of these systems and a whole. And local governments and townships in particular, right? They work in their area, and that's incredibly important. The government close to the people that way is great. But when we create these relationships where we can share these, what our knowledge base is, we have a broader understanding of groundwater. We have a broader understanding of the agricultural dynamics of that industry. So how can we help them? And I think that's part of probably the message that you can share, is that we're a resource to help think in that bigger, broader picture outside a 36 square mile township.
Yeah, and I guess to build on that, one thing I didn't think of, I mentioned the National Agricultural Land Network being a place that informs us on what we do. They have some really good white papers, and this is kind of an easy sell to local townships too. They have white papers on cost of community services, And there's also studies on the impact of farmland. So it can come right down to dollars and cents. So there's been studies that have been done for a local unit budget. Everyone sees, houses and then increase in revenue as a good thing from a tax standpoint. Well, it sure is, but you have to account for the increase in expenses. Housing generally is going to be a net negative on a local unit budget based on some of these studies. Agricultural land, while the overall revenue is not going to be as great because there's a lack of improvements on it, it's going to be a net positive for the budget. So if you have 80 acres that are net positive on your budget versus, smaller acres of a net negative, there's an ability to balance a budget. It creates value to local unit budgets. And that's not something a lot of people are aware of or have looked into, and there's some studies that do that. I'd love to have a study done here in Ottawa County on that to see what the impact is. And then also economic impact of preserved farmland. How many times those dollars circulate, what that impact is. Those studies I've not dove into as much as the cost of community services, but those are interesting facts that really kind of make it more objective. These are dollars and cents. This is how it impacts your budget, which is important to all local unit officials, is their budget. So that would be another thing, maybe is, maybe we could talk about that, or we could set up some resources that just have some nuggets for you guys to look at, some citations to validate that. That would be something we could provide that might be helpful.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or? Wonderful presentation, very nicely done.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Excellent.
I always like to come and talk about agriculture, and I appreciate you letting me do it and supporting what we do. So enjoy snacks from Greenvale Farm out at Leonard and 68th, and Crisp Country Acres just up the road on 120th. So thanks,
Thank you
guys.
for that. Nice added bonus.
Sound like a commercial to me.
All right, next is our last time for public comment. So if anybody in the audience wants to do public comment, please do so. And if not, is there anyone online that would like to do
Not-
public comment?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, seeing none, we will take a recess until 4 o'clock, at which time we will be doing administrator interview. 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Yeah. We'll be doing administrator interviews. So we are officially in recess. Good evening. We will officially come to order from our afternoon recess. And we're here for the purpose of interviewing for a county administrator. With us today is John Shea, our deputy county administrator. And before we start to go around and do some questions, I'd like Mr. Bergman, who chaired the interview committee, to kind of give us a brief summary of what has taken place in the last couple months.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as you know, the committee was made up of myself, Al Dannenberg, and Matt Fenske. We represented the commission. We also had 4 individuals from the different quadrants of the county as well. Jose Gonzalez from the Northeast quadrant, Michelle Fair from the Southeast, Monica Verplank from the Northwest, and Jennifer Owens from the Southwest. These individuals interviewed 4 individuals and put a lot of hours into these interviews. There was one whole day that we spent. There was several mornings or afternoons that we spent prior to this to come up with the criteria and to work with GovHR, with Heidi and Marcy, to come up with the questions. So I want to publicly thank them for the hours that they put into this, because we didn't just get here without a lot of work that went into it. After interviewing 4 individuals, we felt there was a significant difference between the person that we're going to interview today and the other 3 that we interviewed. And that is the reason why we made a unanimous decision to just bring one person forward to us today. We felt it would be unfair for us to bring a second or a third person, knowing that there was such a difference between those individuals, that it would be unfair to have them go through an interview process today. So I'm going to turn it over to Heidi and Marcy and see if they have anything else they'd like to add.
Good evening. My name's Heidi Voorhees, and I'm the president and co-owner of GovHR. And it's been a pleasure to work with the search committee on this process. I'm happy to answer any questions. We did do a national outreach. We advertised on more than 20 websites. We did personal outreach. We did email blasts. We did phone calls, all in an effort to get the best possible candidates for the search committee to consider. So I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone here has something that has not been addressed.
Any questions for Heidi?
Yeah, Heidi, how many total applicants did we get for this position?
We had 36 applicants and 10 were interviewed and screened, and I did that through a Zoom interview process. We also do media searches, reference calls, and other and social media background checks on candidates. And then there was a smaller group recommended to the search committee. They discussed those candidates' credentials and decided on, ultimately 4 candidates were interviewed.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. I want you to know that we're going to do kind of a round robin. And it's going to be, I will start out, and we'll go to Mr. Dannenberg and right around. Certainly, commissioners, you can ask follow-up questions. And if there's some question that is not on this list of prepared questions, that also is allowed to happen also. So feel free. So welcome.
Thank you.
John. And please tell us why you are interested in serving as Ottawa County's next administrator.
A few reasons. Ottawa County and I think some of us experienced it most recently, just this last few days at the MAC Legislative Conference, is well respected in the state. I can tell you that. And I want to be a part of that. I like our culture here of collaboration, where we work with different groups to try to solve problems. I like our culture of trying to take calculated risks, and if they don't work out, we try something else, and we're not punished for that. I like the fact that we have a large diversity of opinion and perspectives with 12, that comes with an organization of 1,200 employees. And I know my background of working with other groups and working with all types of organizations would work well there. And I've had a test drive, so to speak, for the last 7 months or so. And I feel like I'd be a great fit here, and it's an organization that I want to be a part of.
One of the questions that came from the community earlier today during our regular board meeting was asked, and it was vetted. And so I'll ask this question. Who do you consider that you work for? The Board of Commissioners or the residents of Ottawa County?
I work really directly for the Board of Commissioners. I mean, the board represents the community as a whole and provides the overall direction and leadership to the county. And it's the county administrator's job to execute that vision and so forth, and provide some advice where, I think things could work a little more efficiently and so forth. But at the end of the day, you are the elected officials that are directly responsible for the community. That's not to say, and I've had to do this as an administrative official my whole career, I've had numerous phone calls, face-to-face meetings with residents to talk about issues or problems or complaints. And those you attempt to solve as best you can. But in terms of who do I work for, at the end of the day, I would be working for the Board of Commissioners, because the board is carrying out the will of the community. But that's not to say that I don't have a relationship with the community. Just next week, I'll be meeting with a resident on a complaint dealing with the road commission and damage to the property. That's part of the job, and that's fine. So there's a relationship with the community, but there's the direct relationship where the administrator does work for the board.
Thank you. Mr. Danberg.
John, this is a two-part question. So you've been our deputy county administrator since 2018, and you're currently serving as an interim county administrator. Based on your knowledge of the county, what do you see as our challenges moving forward? And the second part to it is, what do you see as the county's assets in addressing these challenges?
I think some of the challenges you see are reflected in the buckets that we've created for ARPA funding. So here we're getting almost $57 million in ARPA funding, and we've talked about the culture of collaboration. We put together a group of organizations that are trying to define the best way to spend that money in a transformational way. So some of those buckets include affordable housing. I think that's a key challenge here in the county, because it's very hard for builders to make money and build affordable housing. A lot easier to build $1 million homes. Broadband, say what you want about COVID, but it did expose a need in terms of, we have areas in the county that lack broadband service where people have reliable internet service. We have challenges here at the county itself in terms of infrastructure issues we need to take care of with our buildings and HVAC systems. You ask how we confront those. Again, with ARPA, we didn't take, and this was just on our county administrator list, or many counties are just taking the money and just spending it on county projects. We've set up a collaborative process with nonprofit organizations and local units of government, where we're looking at the best way to spend that money. And I think if we continue to partner with those organizations and with the board, we'll come up with innovative solutions to those type of priorities.
Jen. How would you keep the county commissioners appraised of what is going on in the county administration? And what approaches have you used that you believe would be successful in practicing a no surprise approach to commissioners?
I think one of the most important aspects of a relationship between a board and a county administrator is communication. So just losing track of days. Yesterday or the day before, we had some issues at the Grand Haven Courthouse and a couple other things. And so just being at the legislative conference, that was one where I sent out an email, just hey, FYI, to let you know. This board, like other governing boards, has different preferences for how they're communicated with. Some of you prefer face-to-face, some like a text or an email, and it's the job of the county administrator to be flexible enough to have different ways to communicate with the board. And I think it's important to communicate with the board, especially if it's bad news or maybe news you don't necessarily want to hear, to minimize surprises. Because I know, I don't like surprises any more than you do. So it's a matter of communicating what I know and also what I don't know. So if I don't know something, I'll let you know that and then try to get that information. But it's communication to try to minimize that surprise and to try to do it in a way that meets all of your needs, whether that's face-to-face, phone call, email, text, whatever the case may be.
John, first, I'm glad to see you here. So, how have you established relationships with the elected department heads? And how would you handle a difference of opinion with the department heads?
I feel that I have a very good working relationship with all of the elected department heads. I think they do a fantastic job of running their departments. And again, just our most immediate example was the issue we had at the Grand Haven Courthouse. The sheriff texted me an update on that. And I think whether it's with the sheriff or the water resources commissioner or prosecutor or what have you, I think we have a relationship of mutual respect. And does that mean we'll always agree on something? No. And the possibility exists as we get through budget time and there may be an elected department head or elected official or a regular department head that wants to add staff, and it may be justified or it may be one where the budget can't accommodate that, and have to just say, look, I understand your need for it, but the budget can afford 12 new positions and we've got requests for 20 new positions and we can't do it all. We had as an example, and some of you may have heard this in the first interview, but I think it was in January when Omicron was really starting to rage pretty badly. We had a COVID leadership meeting, and I can say that 90% of the department heads wanted to have a countywide mask mandate for county facilities, not for the county as a whole, but for facilities. And that would have changed our operating philosophy on that from day one of COVID. So when we've had orders from DHHS or CDC, we have followed it because we follow the rule of law. And when we had recommendations, we would recommend and not require. And so there was no current order for a mask thing. And so if we did put in a mask mandate, that would have kind of violated, if you will, or been inconsistent with the philosophy or principles we've had from day one. So in that case, I said, no, we're not going to do that. But hopefully they came away and said, hey, he did ask for our opinion and our input. He explained the reasons why he disagreed. And hopefully they say, hey, at least I had a fair shot or a fair hearing, even if they disagreed with it.
Okay, thank you.
John, two-part question. Can you talk with us about your experience in regional collaboration? Do you have an example of a time when you either initiated or played a key role in regional effort?
So going back, several examples. I mean, going back to being village manager in Almont, and this will age me a little bit, but that's when cable TV was all the rage. And that's when individual municipalities could actually negotiate cable franchise agreements before the state came in and did a statewide. And so you had, I think it was Charter Communications was trying to negotiate with each individual township or village or city separately. And though we couldn't negotiate rates, we really wanted to negotiate customer service standards. So we organized, I think it was a 7-member cable advisory board in Lapeer County to do that. In Mason County, we had a a fire district authority composed of the city and of Ludington and 2 townships to purchase fire equipment. And the city also worked with Mason County on 11 or 12 different brownfield plans to redevelop brownfield property. So we had to work with the county in order to do that because the city itself did not have a brownfield plan. Here, I mean, ARPA task force is probably the most immediate example of collaboration. And even just today, the board approved 3 renewals of assessing contracts. So, you know, we'll work with any local unit of government, for example, on assessing, and we'll provide that service to them if they want it. If they don't, that's fine. And so those are some examples where I've worked on collaboration.
So John, most of us know about your management style, but maybe you could enlighten some of us who may not know what your management style is and how do you interact with your direct reports and utilize their expertise?
So I've learned long ago, and you probably have figured out, I don't have all the answers all the time. And so I guess it's one of consensus building. And so I give the example, though, of the mask mandate, trying to get I would have preferred, frankly, a consensus among the group. This is the way we should go. But I try to get a consensus. I try to have everyone put their input in. And I want people, and they have done that, come to me and say, hey, what I think you're doing is not the right way to do it. You know, so I would rather have someone challenge me like that. And then provide the resources for them to do the job and kind of get out of the way. You know, so I don't spend 8 hours a day looking over Mike Galligan's shoulders in the equalization department. He knows how to do the job, and we meet formally like I do with the other departments once a month, and we may meet more often if other issues come up. But it's one of trying to drive a consensus and come to a decision that seems to make sense for everyone. And in those rare times it doesn't, then you know, it'd be my job then to make that decision.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I can follow up.
Sure.
Okay. John, as you know, the Board of Commissioners only has the authority to hire 1 person, and that's you. I do want to talk about a future deputy administrator, which will be your hiring responsibility. And there's a quote that says, keeping company with those who will make you better, or keep company with those who will make you better. What qualities, John, will you be looking for in a deputy administrator, skills, whether it's qualifications and so forth, that's going to make not only you better, but Ottawa County better as well?
Probably someone that's going to make me feel uncomfortable at times, which is uncomfortable. And I'll give you an example, and then I'll square back into that. When I was city manager in Ludington, our community development director, which was in charge of developing our downtown, very change agent, visionary, flew 1,000,000 miles an hour all the time, and would come in first thing in the morning with ideas of how we can improve the downtown. And some of the ideas were completely outlandish, and some of them had some meat on the bones that we were then able to tweak. So there's times when it's like, when it was uncomfortable, where are you coming from? But I appreciated that there was times when I had to pull the person back a little bit versus always having to push them forward. And she was responsible for a lot of the redevelopment of the downtown that was a lot different than it did before she arrived 13, 15 years ago. So getting to the deputy county administrator position, I'm going to look for someone that maybe has that 30,000 foot view better than I do, that can provide a different perspective and sometimes, make me feel uncomfortable or make me think of something that I hadn't thought of that can cover my blind spots like I could cover their blind spots. Almost the reverse with the former county administrator and myself. I mean, he and I are very different, but we worked well together. And so I was probably more the operational implementer, get the job done kind of person. He was more of the change agent. And we were at a public meeting together and he said if we hired two of me, we get nothing done. And if you hire two of me, or we hire everyone that thinks just like me, you can fall into that trap of groupthink where you go down this pathway and all of a sudden, how did we get here? Didn't someone think of that? So I have to look at hiring someone there that I think just can complement me and cover some of those blind spots that I think everyone has, including myself.
Yeah, John, I also want to say thank you for applying for this position. I appreciate you having me here. I just want to talk, the previous county administrator helped shepherd through the DEI department and kind of want to get a feel for your thoughts on the department, where you see its role within Ottawa County government, the 1,100 people who work here, and then kind of where its role is within the larger Ottawa County community.
The role of the DEI office, as it was explained to the board when it was first set up, was to really look at we call it the big C, little c, but the Ottawa County government itself. And it was to look at our policies and procedures and how we deliver public services, and is there any implicit bias, or are we doing something that is discouraging or turning away or making it less attractive for people of all perspectives that may want to work here or receive services here, and also to provide that type of service to our local units of government. Okay. That's what was communicated, I think, to the funding units that originally provided some of the original funding. That was what was communicated to the Board of Commissioners.
Is that the way you see that, or I guess the question is, how do you see DEI in those two contexts? I know that how the board was, some of the board's opinion on it was kind of get your idea, where it sits, both in the community and both inside the government.
Yeah, I see we still have work to do on that end and internally. And some of the public comments that we've been receiving lead me to believe that maybe we can do a better job of communicating, what our offices, DEI office is doing and what it's not doing. So when I hear comments, like, for example, I don't want CRT being taught in schools, I frankly don't know why some of those comments are coming here, because we don't have any jurisdiction whatsoever.
Right.
And that over school curriculum.
Right.
And so that is leading me to believe, are there misunderstandings of what our DEI office does? In fact, we were at the MAC Legislative Conference sitting in a DEI session, and you could see the different perspectives of what people felt DEI was in that room. Right. From there. So I think, I still think we have work to do internally in terms of making sure that our policies and practices and how we operate as a county government, we have to look at that first before we really start to look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, and I guess the follow-up then, like, how do you see your role as administrator in regards to that department?
I think I see my role as one that is trying to provide clarity of that mission and then supporting that mission and providing the administrative support for that office to show the rest of the employees and even the community at large that that office has merit and value and is something that we need to support.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If you were the next county administrator, how would you keep your finger on the pulse of the organization to better understand what's going on with the employees on all levels?
So one thing that was done before, and COVID put a hiccup to that, we had brown bag lunches. So, and we did a little bit of that virtually. And in one respect it worked because we had maybe more employees participating on Zoom virtually. In other cases, you didn't get the free back and flow information. So I'd like to see a return to that, and that's what I would intend to do is, and for those that didn't know what the brown bag lunches were, it's literally I think it was once a quarter with each department. We go to their department literally with your lunch and eat lunch with them and talk about big county issues. Sometimes they had questions or concerns, and sometimes it was, hey, what a great Super Bowl last night, that type of thing. And so, but it put faces to names and had a more human connection, which is probably why I like the in-person there a little bit better than the Zoom, even though you get a little bit more numbers of people on the Zoom, but less interaction. So that would be one example to keep the pulse on what the employees are doing.
John, one of the sessions that Al and I attended yesterday at the MAC was attracting and retaining staff, and we know that everyone is struggling with that. So this goes along that same line. If you could tell us a little bit about your experience in collective bargaining and during these times when staff is in high demand, talented staff as well. How do you navigate maintaining a positive labor relationship while representing the county's goals and interests?
So first, the experience. I've negotiated union contracts in Almont and in Ludington. I was the chief negotiator. And if, for example, with the police contract, the police chief would be with me to answer questions maybe on scheduling. But if it came to any economic issues, that was my responsibility. And union negotiations can be tricky, and you have to avoid getting personal about it. And just to give you a brief story, I had a council member that used to be in the union, and his idea of union negotiations was you start off at a 20% pay cut because the union's going to start off with an outrageous pay raise, and you have to have 82 negotiating sessions, beat each other up, and then come to that. Well, this isn't an organization where you know everyone by name and you have to work with them every day. And so it took a lot of convincing with him, but it was, you set the council, or in this case, the Board of Commissioners sets the boundary of what we can negotiate. And if I end up at a settlement within that boundary, then we're good to go. How I do that is up to me. And so how I do that is not starting off on one extreme and they're on the other. When they, I don't start off at a 10% pay cut when they know our budget's in pretty decent shape. That's very insulting, frankly. It's coming up with a respectful offer and stating your reasons as to, why you're making that offer and why we can't go as high, because it's not just you. We have to look at this on a global, or at least a county-wide point of view. But it's really treating people with respect. And if you have disagreements, you have honest disagreements with them, but not making it personal.
John, this next question is going to be regarding community engagement and visibility. The county is very large geographically. What types of things would you do to get out and about in the county to better understand the perspectives of the residents and the businesses, and how visible would you be?
I try to be, a couple examples, try to be visible already. We had a Farm Bureau breakfast a week or two ago. And there's going to be a Lakeshore Advantage reception don't quote me on this, next week or the week after. And so those are the things that I tried to go to. And again, meeting with the resident next week on something like that. But it's as those special events come up, and I'll say excluding partisan political events that I cannot go to. But whether it's a legislative breakfast, whether it's a Chamber of Commerce event, those are the things that I think are important to attend, not only for visibility, but to establish personal connections. And that's something that I will continue to be doing.
Mr. Chair, I can follow up with some questions on this. John, I believe every board member here has not only embraced, but has also relentlessly worked and has worked hard to institutionalize the concept of everyone should feel welcome and feel that they belong in Ottawa County. Thus our vision of where you belong. And let me be upfront with you on this one. Of all the topics that we're going to be discussing or in questions, the topic of most importance to me is that of residency for a county administrator. How important do you believe it is for the county administrator to live in the county they're leading, especially a county with the vision of where you belong?
Well, it's no secret. I don't live in the county, and there's some family reasons and with the housing market reasons why I have chosen not to move here. I think the more important thing is for the county the county administrator to be aware of the culture and needs and vision of this community and execute that. I feel that like in the last 7 months that I've done a very good job of that. You could bring someone in that does live here, and if he or she doesn't do as good of a job, I'm not sure how as valuable the residency would be. Ottawa County doesn't have, I'll say this, and maybe there'll be disagreement here, and that's fine. Prior to COVID, having worked in city government and now county government, I found county government to be a less visible layer of government to the general people. I mean, you have a jail and courts that take up a big part of it. Not everyone goes, many people have never been to a court. Obviously, many people have never been to a jail. And I found it to be a less visible form. Now that changed with COVID, with the health department and so forth to some extent. So to me, I do view it a little bit differently. As a former city manager, or there's a mayor, you're in a city, it's a smaller geographic area, there's a city center. I understand that. In a county that where we don't really have a city center, a larger geographic area, I don't feel it is as important as long as the county administrator is aware of the culture of the community, aware of the board's direction and vision, and is able to carry that out.
Could I have a follow-up on that? Or
Yes.
you have more?
Well, I was going to ask John, besides the board members, are you not also the lead on making sure that everyone feels like they do belong in Ottawa County?
Mm-hmm.
Are you not concerned that people might say, well, you say that where you belong, except me? I mean, right, is that not a concern for you?
I look at where you belong as a vision where we're welcoming to everyone. And regardless of your background, regardless of your race or gender or economic status. And if we can create the environment here to where everybody can prosper and we can support that vision, I think that's more important. And I don't think that if someone who doesn't necessarily live here can't execute that vision where we try to make everyone here prosper and feel welcome.
So, John, considering that, would you consider your hire for a deputy to be a resident of Ottawa County?
As a requirement, or
as something that you would look for?
Yeah, I to say, no, I don't want someone from Ottawa County, that's crazy.
No, right.
But no, that's something I'd look for but if I was, I'll be honest with you, with the deputy, if there was a person here that was from Ottawa County and had this ability, and you had someone from outside that I think could do an even better job, I think for the services of the citizens here, you take the best person you can get.
Okay.
All things being equal, I would take the person that's from Ottawa County.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
If I can keep pushing on this one, because like I said, it's important to me. I believe that if you're going to lead a county, you need some skin in the game. So is there no thought at all of eventually becoming a resident of Ottawa County because you think you can do the job just as well by not being a resident?
No. I would say this, if I got the position, I'd be looking at a minimum at this point of renting a place in Ottawa County, because that would make it easier, obviously, to be a part of the community. And no, I'm not ruling out ever moving here. But I will tell you this, and I want to be, and I've been open and honest with you guys the whole time. You know, one is I've got I have a spouse that likes where we are, and so that's an important consideration. And two, you know, I think it was Al had just mentioned, just in joking, he had some listing of a house, small house in Zealand, I think, that would have, you know, here's the financial part, just to be frank with you, it would double our mortgage payment, extend it much further into retirement, all for a smaller house. I mean, how do you think that conversation went with my wife when I explained that to her? Not very good. So, but would I rule it out? No, because situations can change. And so I won't rule it out, because I've learned never to say never, but that's something that we would look at. But at the moment, from a financial housing market point of view, and just from a family point of view, I'm looking to move that needle, at least in terms of renting and being here 3, 4, 5 nights a week, and seeing how that goes before, you know, making that ultimate decision to move here. Because that's going to be a decision that's not just mine.
Okay. We'll continue the discussion.
So moving, you know, a little bit more into other techniques maybe that you would use or garner to keep your finger on the pulse of what's going on in the county.
You know, it can be anything from, you know, we have, and we're looking at, we just renewed Zen City, for example. It looks at our social media activity on social media. It looks at traditional media, and you get a sense of what's going on from there. I get a sense too of what's going on from you guys. I think it was, I won't say the name, but some of you have said, you know, we get, you know, 5 people that speak really loudly about a particular issue here. And you guys have said, well, I've gotten emails, calls, et cetera, from your constituents that say something else. And so part of it is relying on some of those communications with you. Some of it is relying on our social media contacts. Some of it is when you go to a breakfast or you go to a chamber event and hearing some certain comments from there. That's how I think you kind of keep your pulse on the community. And when you do brown bag lunches, for example, you keep your pulse on what's going on here in the organization itself. So it can be a variety of different methods.
Thank you.
John, how would you involve all the elected officials in the development of the county's annual budget?
I think the board has to, you know, provide the overall vision and direction of what you want, where you want this county to go. Now, that doesn't mean, hey, let's sit down in all the budget meetings, frankly, and let's go preparing the budget and so forth. But as we look through our annual strategic plan and we go through that exercise, that's where you guys are putting your thumbprint down on where you see this county going. And then the budget is a reflection of those priorities. So I see the main driver of that in that whole strategic planning process, because you are saying this is where we want to, this is the direction we want the county to go. And the budget should be a reflection of that.
Thank you.
John, can you tell us about a time when you leveraged technology to improve government services or internal operations?
So, well, one example, radio reads. So radio read water meter. So when I was city manager in Ludington, we read all of our meters by hand. You literally walk up to the house, read the meter, write it down, go to the next house. And it took 3 guys a couple weeks to read meters. every month. So almost half their time was spent reading meters. So we started the process of putting in radio read meters where literally you could drive by and it would automatically pick up those reads, so that our guys were then spending more time maintaining hydrants, fixing water and sewer leaks, and not having to read meters. So that's an example where I think we were quite a bit more efficient. Fire department switching to 800 megahertz radios, where they could have communication with other different, whether it was law enforcement or public works or so forth. That would be another example. And even here, we've added Office 365 and SharePoint. And when you see some of the reports from the public health department, that's through our business intelligence BI through Office 365 that we did not have before.
John, this is on innovation. Can you tell us how you stay current on innovation in the county government? And what do you monitor, read, et cetera, to ensure you're keeping up with the trends and new ideas?
So a lot of that is going to conferences, whether it's MAC, but whether it's our Michigan Municipal Executives. So that's a statewide organization of county administrators and city managers and township managers. And we have sessions this was a legislative session we were just at, but there are sessions on innovation. So for example, there was a session years ago on radio reads and how that could help. And so you get those little ideas. There was a session in the past on 3-year budgeting. So we implemented 3-year budgeting in Ludington so that we could better see trends in revenues and expenditures down the road. Now, the council only approved the first year. They didn't approve all 3 years. So it's going to sessions, it's going to conferences, and then we get periodical magazines from those groups. And some of those things are relevant. Some of them, frankly, are not. And those are just a couple examples of what I have done to try to then take those nuggets and apply them here.
Thank you.
I think my question's a little bit similar to what Joe just asked. So if you don't mind, I'll just skip to the next question, which is affordable housing. So affordable housing is a challenge for many cities and counties. Are there innovative approaches that you believe would work here in Ottawa County?
Well, we're going to be partnering with, this has to go before the board, but I anticipate we'll be partnering with Housing Next and working with our Housing Commission on that. We have allocated one of our buckets of money with ARPA for affordable housing. And, excuse me, and I believe they are looking at gap financing or some type of revolving loan program that can help fill the gaps in financing with developers that could then build affordable housing. What we're seeing is, especially with the increase in construction and labor costs, most of in order to make a profit, you have to build a pretty expensive home. So can we provide some of the gap financing that would make it more financially feasible for a housing builder to build that type of homes? And that's something we'll rely on the expertise. And this is why we collaborate, because we don't know all the answers. But for a group like Housing Next and for our work on the Housing Commission, rely on them to provide some of those ideas and initiatives that we can then potentially use ARPA funds for. Because that's a huge need here. You look at all of these manufacturers here, LG coming in, 1,200 employees, they've got to live somewhere. If they can't find housing, puts a real brake on economic expansion.
If I could follow up to that, John, beyond ARPA, and I think we, are very excited about the possibilities that, that ARPA dollars mean. What other possibilities or what other roles do you think Ottawa County government has in developing housing and addressing the challenge of housing and adequacy?
I think we might be doing one right now with Rest Haven. I mean, I know that's assisted living, independent living.
Right.
But then does that, for those people, I look at it as sort of a cascading effect. So there you're looking at roughly 104 residential units where people are going to be moving out of probably older homes and into there, that could then free up those older homes for people to buy that aren't the $1 million brand new homes. And so sometimes you have to look a little bit at some of these other projects that you may think are not directly related,
Right.
and saying, hey, this can have a domino effect, I guess is the word I'm looking for. And so that's just an example that I think we looked at when we were talking about that on the Economic Development Corporation Board, that this could be a way to address, again, a small piece right now of that.
Right, and I guess, the decision would be made by the Board of Commissioners here, but kind of your thoughts on, housing millage percent, for example, and, things that we can do to, kind of go outside of the box, what we normally do on housing.
Yeah, you mentioned a housing, I'm not sure when you say a housing millage, what you mean by that in
Right.
terms of that's an extra tax to do what with.
For sure.
So I'm not sure what that.
Right, no, I
what
mean, the
that
housing
means.
commission is working on different options, and I don't want to pigeonhole what, where we're going, but, I think, we passed the mental health millage, a while back, and, is that something as administrator that you could get behind if we were to go say, we want to raise money to address eviction diversion, et cetera. I mean, I understand that it's a, putting that on the ballot would be a decision of the board, but is that, as an administrator, would you?
For eviction diversion, probably not, because we already have quite a bit of funding that we get through our community action agency to deal with eviction diversion and also those that fall behind on utilities. And so I think there are funds to cover that particular thing that doesn't need to be, then supplemented by a millage. But I think you'd have to really work with your partners, whether it's Housing Next, builders, or so forth, and come up with what are some of those obstacles? How can we overcome them? And if it is a millage, and I'm not saying it is, then you've got to clearly explain that to the public, like was done with CMH, the mental health millage and the parks millage, to be able to make that case for that. And I don't think that case has been made yet to do that.
Thank you.
John, is there anything that we haven't asked that you think we should know about you?
Me.
Is there anything we ought to know that we haven't asked?
I'll just say this. 7 months ago, I detected not panic, but discomfort, uneasiness, because you had a really good county administrator that had been really your only county administrator for just about all of you. And then he's leaving or has left. And so I detected among you and among the staff some uneasiness. I'll put it that way. And I think the last 7 months, at least in my eyes, and you can agree or disagree, showed that there can be a different leadership style that can succeed, that there's more than one way to get a job done. And so whether you knew that about me or not, I think that's something that I think you should know, that there's more than one style that can succeed and really push this county forward. And I think I represent one of those styles.
Matt?
Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, what attributes do you want to see in a county administrator?
I'm going to ask that in form of a question, if I can, on management style. Okay, so that'll kind of help me understand a little bit your management style. But my question would be, when it's time, when a decision has to be made, or when the hammer has to come down on an issue, do you envision your management style as something that's you would undertake directly, that your deputy would undertake, or it would be a combination of both of you? What do you see that as your management style?
It might be, it might depend on the decision in terms of how major or minor it is.
Sure.
But if it's a significant decision, then I think the buck stops with the administrator, and the administrator has to do that.
Hey, John, I appreciate your response to the question of what you would be looking for in an administrator, because you're willing to balance out the skills that you may have or may not have. So I give you an A on that question. I want to ask, right, if I can ask one more question. I believe that leaders can learn from their successes and their failures. In the past 2 years under this pandemic cloud, we've had successes and we've had failures, but not only personal ones, but maybe as organizations, as an organization as well. Can you tell me what we've learned as an organization during these 2 years, something that hasn't occurred in over 100 years, and how those successes and failures are going to make us better in Ottawa County?
And maybe this sounds like patting on the shoulder, but I think the county, and there'll be people that disagree, and that's fine. I think we've done a pretty remarkable job navigating this pandemic. Does that mean we made everyone happy all the time? Absolutely not. I mean, we've been called communists, taking over the world, you name it. But I think we've really tried to do, and this is kudos especially to the health department. And it's kudos to you for supporting the health department. And I don't think it's lost on any of you that there are other health officers in this state that have been forced to resign because of lack of support. And you guys have really provided that support and leadership when there are certain, elements of the community that would disagree with that. And I think the pandemic has shown that we've really tried to strike a balance between protecting public health and trying to do it in a way that causes the least infringement on personal liberty. Did we get it right every time? I'm not saying that, but I think we've really tried to balance that seesaw, if you will. And I think it was critically important that the board, and I know some of the board has not agreed with every single health order that was issued, but has provided support for the health department. And I think that's been really, really crucial and has shown very good leadership.
Any other questions?
Okay, one more. And this goes into understanding you a little bit as a person and what makes John Shea tick. Okay, what makes you get up in the morning and want to come in and enjoy your job? If you could go have a sit down with any person in government or business, past or present, anybody in the world, if you could pick a person, who would be somebody that John would like to sit down and have a cup of coffee with and bounce ideas off from?
There may be a few. Just one that comes to mind, Harry Truman, followed a president that led the country through probably the biggest war we've ever been through. And then he was a relative unknown and had to then deal with the end of the war and how it ended, and made some significant decisions. The buck stops here, so to speak, and then had to follow through on integrating the armed forces, and then overseeing a unpopular war, the Korean War at the time, and politics be darned. It was kind of his attitude there. He was, I think, always, not that he did everything right, but tried to do the right thing for the, even if people disagreed or felt it was a bad decision, he had his principles and he followed.
Yeah, I got a question, man. So John, during this COVID time, there wasn't a lot of opportunities. It's getting there now, but as far as being involved in the county, us commissioners are kind of the face of the county, and we want you to be the face of the county too, if you're the next administrator. How involved do you feel that you can get in our community?
I think I can get quite involved. Again, not on your partisan political stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
But the other stuff, I feel that's an important part, and that's what I intend to do.
My goal, when I've been here, like Joel, we've been here about 11 and a half years or so. When we first came here, I think that I really matured and grew with the former administrator. And I think he did too. I think we all learned from each other. I think most of you can say that today. You learned from the former administrator. I hope that going forward, that we, as your board and you as a person, that we can continue to grow together and challenge each other and just work together in good faith, because that's what we had before. I think that's what we need to continue on to move the county forward and make Ottawa County just a great place to live.
I think we've already started to do that, and I don't see why we would stop doing that.
Are there any other questions?
John, I just want you to know that, this is the second time I've interviewed you. And I've been very impressed both times. And I have really been impressed with the fact that you've stepped up since our former administrator left. And where we are today is a big step in my eyes. And I think you did an excellent job on both of the interviews that I was part of. So thank you very much for your honesty. I felt a lot of times these things came right from your heart. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if we're going to be taking a motion at this time or not, but I wonder if we can take a 10-15 minute break just among us, just to have a quick discussion as to what we've heard from John, and then possibly take a motion then.
Yeah, sure. This is the end of our questions. We don't have any further questions. And so.
Marcy, or when do you guys take?
Well,
John out?
are we able to go into closed
We
session?
could go right back here.
Go back here.
I'll leave. I'll leave. It's easier for one person.
Yeah.
You don't-
Really can't go into closed session.
You have to go into closed session.
Right.
Go into closed session. We don't have a reason. to-
You can or you can't?
Cannot.
Cannot, okay.
We cannot.
We cannot go in, we don't have a reason to go into closed session.
So Frank, I
Well,
just. read
Was
the
it not for
motion.
hiring purposes?
I can leave. I mean, I can leave. That's.
Why don't you
Well-
just step out for a
Well, there's
second?
no reason for you to leave, John, if it's in public.
No, I get it. I get it. I'll step out. That's no big deal. Thank you.
Before John leaves, can I just say this, on behalf of the board, I did reach out to the elected officials and to the department heads on your behalf, asking for confidential information that you could weigh in making this important decision. And I'm not going to breach any confidences, but I got quite a few responses, and I want John and I want you to know that by and large, they were extremely positive. And the comments I got were that John is a good listener. John is very approachable. John is curious about what we're doing in this department, because he comes from a different environment where these departments are different than he dealt with before. And they were very happy and thought that John would make a good successor. I got no negatives, but I think the concerns I got were similar to some of the concerns that have been expressed here. They know John's not the cheerleader Al was. They just hope that he'll find his way of continuing to motivate each of them, as he has in his own way so far, that won't change, and it will be enriched as John grows into that position with his own style of keeping everyone's individual department and the momentum and the motivation going strong. So it was good for me to see. I shared the specific comments from the specific people with the committee and the board leadership. But I think you should all know that that's the input from internally, and John should know that too.
Mr. Chair, I don't want John to leave because it's going to be public anyway. I guess, why I asked for a break is because I still have concerns about the residency issue. John has done an excellent job. He's got a great personality. I think he will do a great job. But it's going to be hard for me to explain to my constituents how can you have a county administrator that does not live in your county with our vision of where you belong. And John, and I'm quite frank when I need to be frank. So I hope, and I would want to have you as our county administrator. It's going to take some convincing for me to believe that you can be as effective and that you can be the cheerleader of where you belong without necessarily being a full-time employee. So that's all I was going to say in private.
Why don't we just be frank and
No, I can be Frank.
We have a choice what we want to do here. We can either, make a motion and then discuss. And that's probably the proper way to do it, is to, if we're ready and prepared to make that motion. And I'm trying to get a feeling from the group here, whether you're ready for that decision.
Absolutely.
So I gotta kind of look to see, and then we can make that motion and then have discussion based on that motion. Is that?
Doug, I think had his hand up.
Yeah, I just want to address, we can do this before or after the motion. I just want to address what Commissioner Garcia is saying, and I totally get your point, Frank, but we took this step of opening up because of what we were seeing. We did this in a very purposeful way. And I think to say to John, you're not a resident, when we said we invited him to apply because we have changed the way the requirements, and then to, come back at him at that, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, Frank, but I don't think it's entirely fair to say, when we've changed those, in an intentional way, so.
Okay, Mr. Terpstra?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment on the residency as well. I respect on, his reasoning on why. He asked what we look for in characteristics, and it shows me two very important ones. He values his family's opinion and what his wife says, and shows me that he's financially responsible. He doesn't want to take his family, move them down here just to live in here, and he's looking out for his future, his retirement, and that shows me that he's going to take the county in the same direction. He's not going to put us in a spot that's going to hurt us 50 to 100 years from now. He's always going to be looking at the financials. So that shows me that he got my vote right there. I mean, it shows me that he wasn't going to take the job just because he wants the leadership job. He didn't put his name in there to begin with. We opened it up, then that's when he stepped up for me. So.
Are we ready to move forward?
Yeah.
Mr. Terpstra?
Yeah, I'd like to move that Ottawa County appoints John Shea as county administrator, subject to board chair, vice chair, and corporate councils, negotiating an acceptable contract with Mr. Shea modeled on the contract with former administrator Al Vandenberg and subject to final approval by the full board of commissioners.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion made by Terpstra, second by Bauman. Is there some discussion?
Oh, no, like I said, I really appreciate John stepping up and, like I said, we changed the residency requirements, and I think that, if this motion passes, which I think it very much will, I think we'll have really served our purpose in, getting the best administrator we can get.
Thank you.
I would like to see John have unanimous vote as well, but I do want to be frank again, that it will take a lot of work, John, on your part to demonstrate to me at least that you can be the best county administrator that has a vision of where you belong and be able to convey that to our residents.
Other comments or discussion?
I wasn't on the interviewing. I wish all of you could have been on the interviewing, and the three that we interviewed. And you have John sitting in as the deputy administrator. You would have thought, why are we going through this when we have John sitting there being heads above all of them by far? Now, the residency, yeah, some of you don't like it. I picked that up. But if someone's living on the corner of Chester Township and you want to come to Holland, you're on the road for over an hour. John's on the road for an hour now and he's still there. So this residency business, when we talked about it, I didn't see the big deal about it. I just did. I think John is going to serve Ottawa County very, very well. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, just to add a little bit of what Al said too. I think that residency thing, if we would have been having this conversation 15 years ago, it would have been a bigger deal. Now with technology, with everything from Zoom and Facebook and phones and texting and, that's like Telegram from the 1800s, but I mean, whatever. Okay. But I mean, we have all of this communication. Okay. it really makes our world smaller. Okay, and yes, you may be outside of a boundary of the county, but you're much closer than you were communication wise than you were 15 years ago. And so I respect your opinion on that. And I really do, but I think that technology brings it under a much smaller world.
Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. DeYoung and I were on Talk of the Town this morning on WHTC. And we were posed that question about residency. And I commented at the time, kind of similar to what Randy has just said, that with technology the way it is today, you know, and the fact that you're an hour away. I mean, it's not like he's living in Detroit and having to come here. I don't see where it's a deal breaker.
And I reinforced that conversation also this morning, saying, you know, since he's been here, he shows up. If there's a meeting to be at, he shows up, no matter if it's an hour drive or if it's a 10-minute drive, he shows up.
Anything else, gentlemen? Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
There's a motion on the floor and there's also a second. And I think it's contingent on negotiating a contract. But I think we're ready to call a roll.
Absolutely. Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Meppelink,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes, I think it's important for administrators to start out with a unanimous vote.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Dannenberg,
Yes.
Mr. DeYoung,
An enthusiastic yes.
Mr. Bauman,
Yes.
and Mr. Fenske.
Absolutely, yes.
And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Seeing that there's no other business, we are adjourned.